guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky have wrapped up talks in Florida as efforts continue towards a possible peace deal.
We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
Trump called the meeting excellent, saying progress is being made, though a few major issues remain. Earlier, Trump also held a lengthy conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin on the phone, calling that productive as well. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she wants to be remembered for helping pass the Affordable Care Act.
Pelosi told ABC's This Week the legislation is a key part of making sure Americans have health coverage.
I think that it was just made a big change in terms of what working families need for their health and their financial health. We'll continue to have that fight.
Pelosi, the first and only woman to serve as Speaker of the House, announced last month she would not be running for re-election. The 85-year-old has been in politics for nearly 4 decades, representing her San Francisco-based district. I'm Lisa Carton.
More than 40 million people are on alert as a major winter storm moves from the Dakotas through the Great Lakes into New England. Blizzard warnings are posted for parts of the upper Midwest with heavy snow, strong winds, and near zero visibility. USA Radio News spoke with Steve Devine, the lead weather forecaster at KCBD.
But we're seeing a pattern change now where that high pressure area is easing off to the east. That's going to allow some much colder air to work into the south central, southeastern U.S.
The storm is expected to clear by tonight. A leaked Justice Department memo is raising concerns over free speech and law enforcement oversight. The memo urges prosecutors to consider domestic terrorism charges for individuals accused of doxing immigration agents, a term critics say could include recording public operations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
One man is dead and 3 others injured after gunmen opened fire on a Lamborghini SUV early this morning. That was in Chicago's River North neighborhood. Police say 4 suspects fled and remain at large. The shooting was one of several violent incidents nationwide over the weekend as mass shootings in 2025 continue a downward trend compared to recent years. Senator Bernie Sanders is warning of the dangers of artificial intelligence.
The independent senator from Vermont tells CNN State of the Union leaders need to seriously consider imposing a moratorium on new data centers.
I think you got to slow this process down.
Sanders also cautions about the relationship between the growing technology and children, saying the recent trend of kids getting emotional support from AI could have a dangerous impact.
So the science fiction fear of AI running the world is not quite so outrageous a concept as people may have thought it was.
I'm Scott Carr.
Your heart's health isn't just about blood pressure or cholesterol. Your cardiac age matters as well. Dr. Luke Laughlin of the Cleveland Clinic says it's determined by multiple factors, including lifestyle, medical conditions, and family history.
Cardiac age is just a way of expressing cardiovascular risk by translating it into an age equivalent.
You can improve it by exercising, eating well, managing stress, sleeping enough, and working with your doctor on medications if needed. Knowing your cardiac age helps reduce your risk and keeps your heart younger longer. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, for the first time since prior to Christmas, we'll cue the microphone, get the party started, back to live programming. All right, hope you had a Merry Christmas, right? I know there was a lot of disruption out there, whether on the highways or the skyways. Air travel was quite dramatically impacted by Mother Nature and continues to see those impacts as we begin the countdown to the new year. So welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy, rainy, ugly night outside the secret bunker at this hour. Yeah, Pappy, I see that. After going from temperatures in the 60s literally hours ago, temperatures dropping like a brick, and we'll be in the deep freeze by the time the sun comes up. Yeah, Pappy said 70 degrees, actually, is what he had on the cruiser dash cam at 2100 hours. Down to 50 now. I'm looking to be in the 20s by 0600 hours. How about that? Big time changes. So much for the heat wave. I hope you enjoyed. Beautiful Christmas time weather. But what an action-packed night we have going around the country. In some cases, blizzard warnings. In some cases, ice storm warnings. Wind? Yeah, we've got plenty of wind. With wind advisory stretching from the heart of Texas all the way into Maine. Really looking at major winds right around the Great Lakes region. That's why they've got the blizzard warnings. Stretching from northern Iowa through much of Minnesota. The snow's winding down in the northern portions of Minnesota, but the snow that's on the ground, the wind whipping things around, obviously causing major travel concerns there. So again, we got a Monday. Here comes a Monday, greatest day of the week. Did you get everything you wanted for Christmas? Did you get anything you didn't want? We did. Yeah, the whole fam dam. My daughter came home. Well, we wrapped presents like Tuesday evening. Everybody fine, sitting around having a good time. She had to work there Christmas Eve. She came home sick as a dog. Wednesday afternoon. Went straight to bed. Tried to get up a little bit Christmas Day. Needless to say, we've passed it around. Thank you so much to the daughter for bringing the creepy crud home to us. Princess started feeling ill by Friday evening. Kicked in on me Saturday evening, and my mom actually came down with it this past day. So round and round we go. I don't know. Is it the flu? Everybody supposedly got the flu, the influenza, the super flu, spreading like wildfire around the country. But it happens every year. Everybody gets together for the holidays and brings the creepy crud from one part of the country to the other, and we pass it all around. So, yeah, that's something I did not want for Christmas. But did get, I got a new set of studio headphones. Got some ammo to stock up on for the shotgun, the 9mm, thanks to my son. What else did we get? I think we got, obviously, I got the high-definition antenna for the television, so I can actually get terrestrial television. Did you realize you still have to have an antenna for that? All right, a couple of other goodies, but yeah, of course, plenty of food, cookies, and all that good stuff. But let's take a look at our traveler's weather. Here we go, the second of a 1-2 punch of winter storms in the Midwest and Northeast. This was going to end up being the most significant, running the gamut of weather hazards, snarling the post-holiday travel. And, of course, it is another big travel week with New Year's coming down the pike. Now, across the Midwest and the Great Lakes through the day ahead Monday, this big storm taking shape, rapidly intensifying, some heavy snow, ice, even severe thunderstorms, powerful winds, and heavy rain for others. The same storm that had doused California with heavy rain, flooding on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. now crossing the country over the weekend. It is now tapping into moisture from the Gulf as it quickly strengthens, bringing impacts to over 24 states, from Colorado to Maine, an all-out blizzard in parts of the Dakotas, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Travel impacts will be severe across the Great Lakes, with that colder air arriving overnight tonight into Monday. Whiteout conditions in some cases. There's a good chance this is undergoing what they call bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, those scary words. In other words, rapid intensification. That quick strengthening is what's bringing the widespread snow, strong gusty winds, stretching from Fargo, North Dakota to Green Bay, Wisconsin, Marquette, Michigan, Minneapolis as well. While the hilly terrain and heavily wooded areas are going to hold the winds back a little bit, those open areas from southwest Minnesota to central Ontario are going to be receiving winds of at least 35 miles per hour sustained. And of course, visibility less than a quarter mile for a number of consecutive hours. That's the criteria for a blizzard. While it's going to be hard to measure accumulations because of the strong winds, we're anticipating 6 inches or more. Going to be lining up with some of the stronger winds from eastern Minnesota into Wisconsin and Michigan, right on up into southern portions of Canada. Of course, strong winds are going to bring down some trees. Where utility lines are taken down, we'll be talking some power outages. Further east, maybe regional outages due to the ice accretion, especially there in portions of central and upstate New York. They've got all-out ice storm warnings where we could see anywhere from a half an inch to close to 3/4 of an inch of ice accretion in that region there. That's enough to start bringing down some power lines. South of the blizzard area, the storm bringing a mix of rain, sleet, freezing rain, even some stronger thunderstorms. Here a few hours ago, we actually had some severe thunderstorm warnings as that squall line rolled through our area. That icy corridor from the storm across portions of the Northeast into New England. The zone for icing concerns spans from northern and northeastern Pennsylvania right on into upstate New York, into New England for right on into Monday about midday. Bangor and Portland, Maine, Albany, Binghamton, New York to Scranton, PA, Burlington, Vermont. Could all see some of that freezing rain that'll obviously turn your roads and sidewalks into a sheet of ice as we roll into a Monday. For the bigger cities, from the Midwest to the East Coast, it's really just going to be a cold, soaking rain for a few hours, and then just the cold air that comes rushing in behind that, bringing with it the potential for a flash freeze in areas where the winds haven't dried the precipitation. Even further south, where the warmer air clashes with the approaching cold front, there's a rare late December chance for severe thunderstorms. The zone from the Ozarks through the Ohio Valley, seeing some of those stronger storms. Impact's going to vary widely from region to region, but there's 2 aspects of the storm that everyone's going to see. That's the gusty winds and ultimately the cold, cold air that's going to follow for the final days of 2025. Those rapid changes in pressure around the storm's center resulting in expansive areas of wind, even outside of precipitation, from the Midwest right to the Atlantic seaboard, widespread gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Obviously, that's wreaking some havoc at some of the major airports, including Chicago's O'Hare through the upcoming day, the New York City area airports Monday night into Tuesday morning. We'll see the impacts from some of the winds there. I did come across a blurb here a few hours ago. Let me see if I can pull that up out of New York in anticipation of the winds. Let's see, Western New York. We'll be looking at empty truck and tandem bands kicking it at 6 a.m. Eastern here this Monday morning due to the forecast snow and severe gusty winds. Empty tractor trailer and tandem ban again begins 6 a.m. Monday until further notice on the following state highways in western New York, which includes I-190, I-90, the Thruway Authority section from exit 46 to the Pennsylvania line, both east and westbound. Looks like you got I-290 from 190 to I-90, I-990 from I-90 to the State Route 263, Millersport Highway, Route 400 from I-90 to State Route 16, I-86 from the PA line to I-390 again. So empty trailer ban and a tandem ban. Yeah, they're in New York. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got some of that stuff taking place in Pennsylvania as well, but I haven't come across it yet. All right, welcome aboard. Trust you had a good Christmas. We got a few live editions to come your way in the final days leading up to the New Year's weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All right, who we got checking in here? Hello to Philly Dan. Yes, it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. Go Birds. I guess you got that victory yesterday. Eagles over who's that, Buffalo, wasn't it? I do believe. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, Steve is throwing the breakers. Yes, indeed. The FR3 antenna is up. The stick shed eliminator power mic is on. Wind and rain here in southwest Ohio. As I mentioned, it went from 70 degrees on the cruiser dash just a few hours ago. Going to be in the 20s by 0600 hours, and the wind chill is going to have us in the teens, maybe even single digits, right? So literally going from short sleeves this past day to having the winter coat ready for later on this morning. All right, hello, Steve, all the listeners from Cracker Box. I'll be kicking back, copy in the mail. All right. Hope you had a Merry Christmas there, Cracker Box. Kevin checks in. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Hello, Rubber Duck. Home sweet home after the trip to the non-frozen tundra, watching the Ravens kick ass. Now, bring on the squealers next. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Welcome back, Steve. At 33 at this hour at the New York-New Jersey state line. We're headed over to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Billy Box Watcher says hello from Singer, Louisiana. Hello, Gary. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. Morning, Steve. All the overnight crew on this Monday. Yeah, there's Tank getting it started here. Happy Monday to the overnight crew. We took the week off last week, so we're back in the saddle here. Hope everybody had a great Christmas. Cloudy, we're hanging at 50 here in Memphis right now. We're getting ready to head out west. We'll try to get back to the home 20 before year's end. All right, everybody, truck safe. Have a blessed day. David checks in. Morning from Monclova, Ohio. Not familiar with that region. There's Bill. Morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a great Christmas. 24 degrees, feeling like 14 right now. Just started snowing and blowing about 10 o'clock Central Time. Not supposed to get it as bad as the western and northern parts of Wisconsin. They really got hit, especially Iowa and southern Minnesota. All right, drivers, be safe out there and don't risk it, as they say. Well, what day could it possibly be?
It's the last greatest day of the year.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. And it could be my last time of announcing it.
You mentioned...
Because if things don't change... Yeah, if things don't change, Tuesday night will be my last night of work. I've been running this route Sunday through Thursday night, just like you, since Thanksgiving of 2012. And they're letting me go, but there's 2 drivers at the terminal that have maybe 8 months seniority between the 2 of them, and they're keeping them because they deliver the stuff that I bring down, the paint that I bring down. They take out and deliver it to the stores.
Mm-hmm.
And they say I can't have their job because it's a different job. Well, duh, it's a different job. We're not talking about a voluntary move on my end.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I'm wanting to take their job. It's a business reduction. And I should be able to hold whatever position I can keep with my seniority. I'll be 4 days short of 19 years effective. The 3rd is when it's effective.
Wow.
But I'll be 4 days short of 19 years. If you want my opinion, it's a good way to get rid of an old guy. Just turned 65, and they're not going to keep me over somebody with, 6 months seniority in the year or whatever. It just don't sound kosher to me. But how do you fight that? You know what I mean?
Right. Yep. I mean, I don't know. Lawsuits have been filed for what they call age discrimination.
Yeah, but how do you prove it?
Yeah.
They're saying that it's a different job. Well, yeah, it's a different job. They deliver the freight, and I bring it down on a relay, on a shuttle. Yeah, that's a different job. But I was also trained as a delivery driver back before this management team came on board.
Right.
A few years ago. They said I could have one of those spots if it opened up, but yeah, okay, right.
So what are you thinking? Are you thinking you're going to retire early, or are you going to? I mean, you mentioned it.
I don't know.
Be hard to get.
Ideally,
starting over somewhere.
Ideally, if you start your retirement, you need to be working when you file, because it takes about 3 months to get it started. So, it'd be pretty bad not having any income waiting for Social Security to start.
Yep.
Until it starts rolling in. It may end up where I get Social Security and then have to get a job, checking people's sales receipts at Walmart or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
I hate to think of that, but, I don't know how it's going to go, but I appreciate you being with me all these nights on this run. We work the same schedule, and I listen to you every night except when you got relieved of your other station.
So you kind of got the Merry Christmas kick in the kahunas.
Yeah, it wasn't a Merry Christmas for me either. But I don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess. I don't know if I'll be calling Tuesday night or not. But I see you're up against the clock, and I appreciate you taking my call. Semper Fi shout out to all my Marine Corps brethren and sisters.
Well, do us a favor and try to keep us up to speed. What's going on? Give us, the updates there, Captain Ron. Good luck.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met today at Mar-a-Lago, saying a potential peace deal is close. 90% of a 20-point framework has been agreed to, and both sides stressed progress on U.S., European, and Ukrainian security guarantees.
20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed.
Trump said final talks will happen in the coming weeks, while Zelensky called for continued pressure on Russia after a recent massive missile attack on Kiev. In the UK, a battle over national identity is heating up as councils raise Palestinian flags, sparking backlash from citizens and commentators, calling for a return to traditional British symbols. Critics warn that ignoring the Union Jack undermines cohesion, while supporters argue the flags reflect diversity. The debate highlights tensions over immigration, culture, and patriotism. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, so we officially close out the Christmas weekend. Yeah, we head toward New Year's weekend. Final days here in 2025. 29th day of December comes our way from time zone to time zone. All right, so I guess we made it official. What do you say? I should have a mask on for the protection of my audience. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, Your Honor. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
Hope you had other than the creepy crud coming in to visit there. I hope you had a good time off there.
Everything
Up until that point.
Everything was good till Saturday for me.
Yeah. So did anybody go get tested to see if it is definitely the flu or which strain of the flu it might be?
No, none of us been to the doctor. Just doing I do the Alka-Seltzer plus cold and flu, the plop plop fizz thing.
Okay, so nobody got the prescription Tamiflu or any of that stuff.
No.
Okay. Yeah, they upstate New York there, all the family up there apparently has now had it from either a week ago to cases developing yesterday. So people were supposed to go up Sunday there to go celebrate through New Year's up there with everybody in upstate, and so that all got waylaid because they don't need to go up there and bring that crap back here.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I'm seeing the headlines. I mean, I guess they're saying New York is. I mean, the flu is just rampant, like record-breaking numbers.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that the flu shot this year is like a total miss.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how much you've heard or how much they've reported so far, but the things I've heard is the people that have had the flu shot are like, yeah, you might as well not bothered because it's like not even close. So,
yep.
So anyways, I don't know. I guess you're protected for what it is, but I guess you're not protected from what it's not. So, I don't know. Other than that, we've just kind of been doing our thing here. Business is normal. I'm still trying to figure out this whole hours of service thing here because this exemption we got out here says that it's for driving time. Now, does the driving time mean because you're exempted from the driving time, does that mean you're exempted totally from the 10-hour break and the 70, 80-hour deal. I mean, I still haven't been able to. If you read it, I guess you have to go down through and go through line by line of all the 395 rules to see what they all are, because there's once you get back into the other stuff, of the drug and alcohol part, then none of that's exempted. And if you're tired and if there's out of service orders, they're not allowed to use the exemption. And so I don't know. I just kind of do my normal thing, and pretty much just if somebody's going to question it, that I'm my log is set up that I'm in the local service anyways. So I personally won't have a problem with it, but it's just, I don't know. I guess I'm not a legal lawyer of the trucking industry to figure it out. So I guess I should have re-upped my membership with the OOIDA when they had their troop thing going on there, and been able to make a phone call out there and ask their legal representation what they think of deciphering what the government is allowing us to do or not do. But the Marcus Hook facility is still got its issues. I don't know how long it's going to be, but Friday evening they were actually closed. Friday into Saturday. Yeah, so my Saturday work for Saturday morning, they were actually closed overnight. So that meant I couldn't go up there in the ice storm to load. So I actually stayed home Friday night, Saturday morning, and then went out Saturday night to do my Saturday work, and kind of continued it into Sunday and started my Monday work. And so I'm halfway through the middle of Monday here already, waiting for somebody to show up at a loading facility at 1:30. So we'll see if that works out. But anyway, so other than that, I guess we had a pretty good Christmas here. No real white Christmas or anything, but everything was kind of good. And I did see there was one mishap apparently Friday night. I just sent you real quick here down Montgomery County that apparently somebody neglected to set their tractor brakes and their truck ran away and crashed into an apartment building. So it didn't look like there was any injuries or anything from that, but they did say they had a 60-gallon diesel spill. So I guess there was a little bit of a cleanup mess to be taken care of. Down our southern Maryland, I actually made the national NBC news there with a pickup rollover. I don't know if you caught that on the news at all, but there was a pickup that went out of control, and there was a guy sitting in his driveway in his pickup, and it was doing a barrel roll and actually rolled right over top of his truck and landed in his house. And he was able to climb. The guy that was in his driveway was actually able to climb out of his pickup, but I'd actually seen it from the other direction there. And the video they showed on the nightly news there was from the Ring doorbell or a security cam there on the house. So it was the opposite of what the fire service had been showing for the video, because they showed the pictures of the actual other truck in the house for when they were doing the extrication of the occupants of that vehicle.
Wow.
But yeah, so a little bit of excitement around. But other than that, really not a whole lot there. We've just been hanging on the edges of our seats, sitting on our hands to keep from having too much enjoyment and having to clap and everything, waiting for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Show to come back on the air live. And,
well, here we are.
We're staying awake all night.
Live and in Technicolor, yes.
There you go. So anyways, so did you get your other camera straightened out, or we still got Booger Cam?
No, we got that all worked out. Yes, I could actually rotate between two now. Yes.
All right. Well, as I say, just checking to make sure we aren't still there with the other one. Booger
right.
Cam. Yeah. It was zoomed right in there, Your Honor.
Yes. Yep.
So definitely could see. Did you get a haircut for Christmas? Did Santa bring you a haircut yet?
No, I mean, I don't know. It's more like, you remember when the COVID was in full swing and nobody could get a haircut? I mean, my hair's about like COVID hair.
Yeah. So, hey, maybe you can check on that Amazon site there. Do they still sell them Flowbee things? Them haircut and things you hooked up to your vacuum cleaner. Remember Flowbee?
I do remember that. Yeah, no.
Maybe you can get the princess to get you one of those there, and you do you and then Turbo, and I don't know. Is Ace a long-haired dog?
No, he's short hair. Yeah, he's slick.
All right,
He's a slick dog.
All right. Well, I guess that's a good thing, but it still jams up the vacuum cleaner there once in a while. But anyways, Your Honor, other than that, not a whole lot. I guess we're supposed to be 50 degrees. It's kind of misty, yicky out tonight, low ceiling, and I don't know. I guess last thing there, Captain Steve there, he had a little bit more on the Greg Biffle plane crash thing there, and they had a little bit of audio. I guess they were able to save some audio recording from the cockpit, but it really didn't say much other than the fact they were turning back to the airport to try to land, and warning, because it was an uncontrolled airport. They don't have a tower there, and they were just on the airport frequency warning everybody that they were having problems, and they were coming back to land, and tried for the one runway, I guess the 10 runway, the 10, and then couldn't make that, and then tried to make another swing to come in on the 28, and at that point, I guess, is the reason they were too low there, and from what it sounded like, they were pretty well lined up straight with gear and flaps down, but the way Captain Steve was saying, that they were to the point of being so close to the ground that gravity was putting pretty hard pull on them, and one engine wasn't able to probably keep them up high enough to get them all the way onto the runway. But anyways, a sad thing that happened. But apparently there was one experienced pilot at least, and it sounded like his son might have been the co-pilot at the time by the audio recordings that they were playing. But other than that, I guess we'll quit saying other than that and let you go on and do some due diligence. And I don't know, I guess you won't be finding the Knuckle Buster anymore to come on as a intelligent caller on. Did he go into full retirement?
Well, I think we're actually about to get the full report. After which we'll see what Grump has going on. But yeah, are we holding a retirement party this morning?
Yes, sir, absolutely. About 12 noon. And I want to know something. Is your daughter married?
She is not.
Oh, did I come up there and spank her butt for giving me this flu value, right?
You got it too, huh?
Yeah. I started out with my two grandsons. One had flu A, one had flu B. And then daughters got it. And then they passed it right on to me. So, but I'll come up there and spank your daughter's backside for all of this. So, yep. That's all right there. Well, let's get to the weather down here right now. I can pull it up right quick. We're at here in Olive Branch, Mississippi. We're here at 46 degrees, Steve. And at 15 minutes, we got a wind advisory till 6 a.m. in the morning. And it gusts all the way up to 45 miles an hour. That'll keep the trash can around, won't it?
Yep.
But I'll just have your mama spank your britches for a low of 30 overnight and a high of 37 tomorrow, Steve. It's supposed to be a better day than that for my retirement day. So I want to congratulate them, the Browns for beating them Swingers 13-6.
Yep.
And the Bengals for beating the Cardinals 37-14. And how about them Arlington Rancheros, Steve? 30-23 over them Washington Redskins there. So pretty good deal. I can leave with that. Saw this on TikTok, Steve, and added to it. People act like God doesn't like having fun or doesn't have a sense of humor. He created beaches to run on, mountains to climb, snow to throw at people, beautiful scenery to enjoy, beautiful sunrises and sunsets to enjoy, sunshine to bask in. He also gave his son for us to have eternal life through. He gave us the Bible acronym, BIBLE, instructions before leaving Earth. Go have fun. It's God's will. Quit working 24/7. quit worrying about all this junk they have. They think they're in charge, but God's always in charge, too. So, well, I got news for not trucking people, Captain Ron. In the morning when you get in, brother, first thing you do is you go see you the highest paid attorney you can find. And the minute he walks in there and tells them who he is, they'll change their tune real quick. Do not go be a Walmart greeter, because you'll have to retire as a Walmart greeter and you won't get as much money. So make sure you get your retirement from trucking there. And even if you have to retire at 65, it'll be a lot better than going down there and being a Walmart greeter. And horse feathers, when I run out of hours during that COVID thing, I just went to yard move. I didn't show a red line violating on that logbook. Just went to yard move. It's not personal conveyance. Personal conveyance, you have to be released from duty. But you can go yard move and just keep right on trucking. That thing will never show a violation of anything. So, all right, well, I'll just get quiet for this go around. Let them, the prognosticator, whatever, is he calling in this morning?
No, that'll be, I think they're calling in Tuesday night, because Wednesday, I think we got a game Wednesday night, don't we? That's like New Year's Eve.
Yeah, well, I'll keep calling in. I may be retired, but I still don't go to bed till late.
Yeah.
And Zeke said to tell you hi this morning.
All right. Well, hello to Zeke.
He's over here sniffing the phone.
He'll snuggle up with you, keep you warm when the temperature drops, right? So, yeah, so there you go. Everybody got the creepy crud, the flu bug. I pulled up where they said New York Department of Health said they're seeing record numbers statewide, the highest number of flu cases ever reported in a single week since influenza actually became a reportable disease in New York back in 2004. Have 189,000 plus reported positive flu cases so far this week, this season. They said influenza-related hospitalizations up 63% in the most recent week, and that was the week that ended just before Christmas. But the health commissioner said we're seeing highest number of flu cases ever recorded in a single week. Earlier in the month, the department declared the flu was prevalent statewide. And something Horse Feathers brought up there is, the flu vaccine this year was pretty much a miss for what is the dominant strain that's going around. Something like 30% effective, if that. So, it's oftentimes hit or miss. Yeah, the health experts look at, what kind of strain of the flu's going around, like the UK and Australia at their time flu season, and try to match that up, thinking that's going to be the dominant strain here. But nope, it morphed, they tell us. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Yeah, just coughing our way into a brand new day, a brand new week. Yeah, you kicked off your Christmas with, I think you actually had a bout of the COVID, was it, Grump?
COVID and RSV. Had them both at the same damn time.
Really?
Yeah. And, I got last Sunday, I talked to Ed after the games and stuff on Saturday night, and I was feeling kind of weird, then, but my joints and everything was hurting. And on Sunday, I just couldn't hardly move. I mean, my hand, even just reaching to pick up a cup of coffee or something was killing my hands and just knees and everything. And just, so I kind of laid around the house and I took some Tylenol and stuff. I had a pretty good fever. It was 103. And then, I had, it was Monday morning. I called the VA, and they said, well, come on over and just stay in your car. We'll come out and swab your nose and all that stuff. So then we'll figure out an approach. So they did, and said, ma'am, you got COVID and RSV. I said, oh, really? They said, yeah. They said, well, pick a hospital. Do you want to go to, the one here in town, or do you want to go to Columbia? And I said, for what? They said, you need to be in the hospital on this. I said, I ain't going to no damn hospital. And then they're never sick people. And so we kind of argued about that a little bit. And I said, I'm not going to the hospital. And they said, well, if your oxygen drops below 89, call us and get to an emergency room or whatever. But I had the little oximeter thing. It stayed about 91. And, I do things different, man. I take, heavy doses of vitamins. I don't take any kind of antibiotics. I can't stand them damn things. I usually wind up upsetting my stomach. So I just drink a lot of bone broth, and I got some ghost pepper oil. I put that in there. And keeps your sinuses open. Hell, I never had any problems breathing or anything. I mean, my sinuses were just pouring constantly and this lasted all day Monday. I was like, still feeling weak and everything. And I just had about all I could stand of it. So I got up and went out and raked some leaves there Monday evening and just kind of got out of the house. And then Tuesday, I felt pretty good. And me and my dog went for a walk. And, then Wednesday I felt a lot better. I had no fever and everything was gone. By that point in time, my joints and everything, I'd went for a couple of mile walks and stuff, just got out of the house. And it lasted about 3 days, but still got a little bit of the RSV stuff going on, just a little bit of the residual effects of that garbage. But other than that, everything's kind of, going good. I can breathe again and I don't know. I think that capsaicin and a lot of the pepper sauce and stuff that I eat, have everything keeps my sinuses open. I mean, I never did really get clogged up. I mean, it just kept my nose running like a damn freight train, and everything, just, carrying on. But yeah, it was, I thought it was going to be a lot worse than what it was, especially the way my joints hurt. But it just come on all of a sudden too. Like I said, I talked to Ed and I felt just kind of a little weird. And then I woke up about 6 o'clock Sunday morning and my dog wanted to go out. So I couldn't hardly get out of bed. I was hurting so damn bad and had a fever and everything. But yeah, kind of said I'd be down for about a week. You know, they've been putting people in the hospital for that stuff for a week, you know, and everything. And I said, nah, I ain't going to the damn hospital. You know, my wife is on oxygen, so we have plenty. We have the oxygen machine up there at the house, and you know, if I needed it, I would have used it. You know, and you know, I guess if I needed antibiotics or something like that, I would have taken care of it. But I drink, like I said, a lot of bone broth and stuff like that, a lot of high in vitamin stuff, and it just I don't know. I don't sit around and moan and groan. I get up off my butt and go out and rake leaves or
try to do something.
You know, work on the truck.
To get you can't. Yeah, sitting around, it just you can't do it. But hey, let me pause there. News break time. We'll be back after this.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met in Florida today, touting progress on a potential 20-point peace plan. Zelensky says the plan is about 90% agreed, with U.S., Ukrainian, and European security guarantees nearly finalized. Trump called the meeting excellent, noting only 1 or 2 thorny issues remain. Trump also spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin in a very productive 2-hour phone call. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's confident that Democrats will retake the House in the 2026 midterms. She appeared on ABC's This Week and said Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries would become the next speaker.
Hakeem Jeffries is ready. He's eloquent. He's respected by the members. He's a unifier.
Pelosi recently announced that she will not be seeking re-election after nearly 40 years representing San Francisco. More dangerously cold weather is coming to the Midwest and Northeast.
Forecasters say another Arctic cold front will be dipping into the central U.S. this week, causing temperatures to plunge from Des Moines to Boston starting Monday, and lake-effect snow in the Great Lakes area. Daytime highs will be in the 20s and 30s throughout the region through New Year's Day, with highs in the single digits in the upper Midwest. The extreme cold will be a radical shift from the spring-like weather across the region on Christmas week. I'm Jim Forbes.
The FDA is warning consumers about a broad recall tied to possible contamination from bird and rodent feces. Minnesota-based Gold Star Distribution is pulling over-the-counter medication, supplements, pet food, cosmetics, medical devices, and some foods due to unsanitary conditions. No illnesses have yet been reported. Consumers are urged to stop using the affected products and check the FDA's recall list. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
Texas authorities say a 19-year-old woman missing since Christmas Eve may be in imminent danger. Camila Mendoza Olmos was last seen outside her northwest Bexar County home on Wednesday. She's believed to have left on foot. Multiple agencies, including the FBI, are assisting in that search. The Sheriff's Department is asking the public for assistance. California will not be suing the Trump administration over its decision to take back billions of dollars from the state's high-speed rail project.
The U.S. Department of Transportation froze $4 billion in funding in July. It called the state's plan to complete a Central Valley segment of the San Francisco to Los Angeles bullet train not viable. State rail officials say they will now pursue other funding sources to finish the project, which will cost the state more than $100 billion. President Donald Trump and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy have both slammed the project, calling it a train to nowhere. I'm Sharon Reardon.
With about 1 in 10 couples facing infertility, some are turning to restorative reproductive medication. That's a treatment that focuses on identifying and repairing underlying causes rather than using IVF. Karen Manetti spoke with CBN.
My hematologist said, I really want you to go through IVF. You're older. You don't want to run the risk of any genetic defects. And my husband and I flat out said, we're not doing it. This is all in God's hands. He will take care of us.
Supporters say the approach can be effective, lower cost, and avoids unused embryos. Lawmakers are now considering legislation to expand access nationwide. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, yes indeed. We're back in the saddle after the long Christmas weekend. Of course, you got to get another short work week coming our way as we get ready for the New Year's. So, welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us this hour, I trust you had a Merry Christmas. All right, for much of the eastern half of the country, the wind is indeed a thing as we get the new week started. Big storm, a lot of wind advisories again, stretching from the heart of Texas all the way up into Maine. Blizzard conditions in parts of Iowa, Minnesota, portions of Michigan as well. Horse Feathers just sent my way. I guess we do actually have some, kind of like New York, I shared some restrictions that will be kicking in at 6 o'clock a.m. this Monday morning here in Ohio. The Ohio Turnpike Commission has issued a weather event travel restrictions across the entire 241-mile toll road for some high-profile vehicles that would be affected by these high winds we're contending with. That kicked in about an hour ago at the midnight hour Eastern here this Monday morning. Continues to midnight tonight, Monday night. So right now, that means commercial trucks towing an empty single 53-foot trailer. No empties. They're on the entire length of the turnpike. All mobile homes, office trailers, livestock trailers banned. All long combination vehicles, double trailer combinations exceeding 90 feet in length. And all triple trailer combinations. All those banned as we speak here in Ohio. Meanwhile, after incredible flooding in parts of the West for several weeks leading up to Christmas, finally several days of dry, sunny weather, but windy conditions. But you've got a new storm that will be bringing more rain and travel delays rolling into California later this week. California and much of the Pacific coast and the interior western U.S. At this moment getting a break from that siege of storms that's been ongoing for weeks, for much of December, bringing anywhere from 1 to as much as 3 months worth of rain in just a few days. The dry pattern is going to continue here through Monday and looks like probably Tuesday in most areas. The same pattern is bringing the gusty winds from the northeast, known as locals to the locals as the Santa Anas. The intensity of this particular Santa Ana event will be in the moderate category, gusts over the ridges and through the canyons from 40 to 60 miles per hour, a few locally higher gusts there. Now, thanks to the recent drenching rain the region had saw, the brush is going to be moist enough to prevent any sort of high risk of wildfires, thank goodness. There could still be some risk as the brush dries out after a couple of days. More of problems may be from wet soil and gusty winds, root systems on some of the trees giving way, trees toppling over that normally wouldn't be a problem during a moderate Santa Ana wind event. Looking ahead, all the dry patterns must come to an end. However, rather than California and the Southwest remaining dry for weeks, moisture is expected to return to the area by the middle of this week. This time, moisture moves up from the south and the subtropical Pacific rather than from the north or the west. There will be some pockets where the rain's heavy enough to renew the risk of mudslides and flash flooding along the south and western-facing slopes of the transverse range in Southern California. Fortunately, such heavy rain not going to be widespread, nor will the related problems. Most of the streams and rivers should be able to handle this rain event without significant flooding. Of course, the showers may interfere with some of the New Year's Eve revelry. Showers overspread much of southern and central California during the afternoon and early nighttime hours on New Year's Eve, then spreading into northern California, Las Vegas, Reno, Nevada, and Phoenix later Wednesday night into New Year's Day. All right, let me get back with the Grump here as we work on closing out 2025.
I'd like to put this out to Captain Ron there. You made the comment, about age discrimination.
Yeah.
And Captain Ron responded with, how do you prove it? Well, first of all, it's not your job to prove it. it's their job to prove that they are not discriminating against you. And they should have already done that if they're going to terminate your position. But I would hire a lawyer, number one. I would speak to a labor lawyer for two reasons. First and foremost, this just all of a sudden, we're going to do away with your position, and yeah, you're 65 years old and you're doing a different job than somebody else. That is irrelevant. First of all, they should have offered you another position. You have the tenure there. You're the person that's been around the longest.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact of the matter is they, companies like this, they do this crap all the time. and the bad thing is that people just don't do anything about it. But I would definitely want to talk to a labor lawyer about it and have them prove to the fact that they're not discriminating against you, that they actually are doing away with your position. But what the funny thing about it is they never offered you anything else. They never, I wouldn't sign a damn thing, nothing. I would say I'm seeking, if they ask you to sign something, say, nope, I'm not signing anything till I discuss it with a lawyer, because I feel like I'm being age discriminated against. Number one, you've got two other people that's only been here about 8 months. I wasn't offered any kind of other position other than, like I can't do that because this is a different job.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think I'm being age discriminated against. And, I'm not sure where he's from, but, a lot of the right to work states, they can terminate you without cause, which means, if they just take a notion to get rid of you, they can boom, pull the rug out from underneath you and say goodbye. Union states are a little different than that. They have different standards and different reasonings on why they can terminate you and stuff like that. But primarily, it boils down to disciplinary reasons. And I don't know, man. I tell you, I talked to a guy one time in Tennessee. He got fired on a police department, or he was a senior dispatcher. Well, they decided they were going to go through a 911 center and all this other stuff, and they didn't need his position because the 911 center had a different, had a position there. But anyway, they terminated him, but they offered him no other, he could have got stepped down or whatever. And we had talked about it and stuff, and he did hire a labor lawyer. He got his job back with all the money that was, because they blatantly just discriminated against him. Number one, he was the senior guy. He was being paid the most, and he was being paid more than some of the 911 operators, and it just did not look good. So they, their view was to terminate him, in his position because they didn't need another supervisor in there. But the next step up would be to hire another supervisor, hire within, another dispatcher there as a supervisor. So it he had a lot of things going for him there. And Captain Ron probably does too. It's he's just going to have to, like I said, I would discuss it with an attorney and just let them know right flat that I feel like I'm being discriminated against, and they're not offering you any kind of severance or any kind of anything. Just saying goodbye. It's been fun, but it hadn't been real fun. See you later, that kind of thing. At least I don't know if they are. He didn't elaborate on it, but that kind of thing. But if they're just terminating his position, then they should have offered him another position, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
And and I would definitely pursue that to the point where they would not want to hear from me very much. If it come to a financial situation where a lawsuit against it, I'd damn sure do that too. But like I said, that's just me. I can't stand people like that. Can't stand companies like that just for no other damn reason, we're just going to do away with your position because we can have it done somewhere else cheaper. But see, I'll tell you something, man. This last since Friday, I went back out Friday. I got they called and said, hey, can you move a couple trailers down from down to the plant down here? Yeah, so I went up Nebraska and picked one up. There's a company out of Stockton, California, that's primarily Middle Eastern guys. In fact, I'd say it's probably 99.9% all Middle Eastern, Pakistani, Sikh, these guys. I have never in my life met such an arrogant ass as what was one of these. He was Pakistani. You know, he had the, you know, kind of the Pakistani robe on and all this, you know, the way they, you know, you can pretty much tell how they dress, and you know, if you know the regions and stuff. But the beard and hardly spoke a word of damn English. He got mad, number one, because his load wasn't ready. So he's kicking the counter and acting like a total jerk, and you know, he's trying to type stuff out on his phone or speak into his phone and show it to them, and they're it's just holding everybody up, and they ask him a dozen times to move his truck. Well, I was next up in line, so I went on in the security office. I said, what the hell's a hold up here? You know, I said, we've been sitting out here on the street for 45 minutes. You know, my clock's ticking. And they pointed at this clown and said he won't leave. I said, well, trespass his ass. You know, call the law over here and have him trespassed. And I'm standing there talking to, you know, they're getting my bills ready. I'm standing there talking to him, and this cat kind of takes his arm and starts to push me aside. Now, how do you think that went over?
I know that didn't go over well.
You know, my first, you know, first I looked at him, I'm thinking, no, you just didn't do that. So, you know, and then my temper just snapped, and I grabbed him by his beard and banged his head up against the damn wall. And I said, dude, you know, don't be touching on people that will whoop your ass. You understand me? You know, well, he kind of held his hands up and stuff and, you know, kind of, you know, knocked it off. Well, the cops come over. They finally got the cops over there to get him out of there. But, you know, of course, they weren't saying anything to me about it. They just, you know, like, well, you know, hey, you know, he touched you, you know, you responded, it's over, you know, whatever. But, I don't know, this company, you know, like I said, they're out of Stockton, California. They must have been 4 or 5 of their drivers coming in and out of there. Every one of them was exactly like that. I mean, hardly any English, you know, this kind of thing that we, you know, told, finally they had the state police in there. I had to go back in yesterday, and the state, you know, they had one of them, but the one of them was sitting out in the back of a state trooper car. I don't know what the hell he did. I didn't ask, but you know, I mean, this has been I don't know what the hell they're doing out there. You know, whether they're just ignoring these English requirements and still allowing these fools on the road, or why in the hell these guys are so damn angry, thinking that they just have the right to walk up and, you know, elbow people out of the way and stuff like that. You know, for the most part, you look at some of the Sikh, they're kind of docile. You know, they don't really pick a lot of fights or anything like that. I mean, they'll show their butt once in a while, you know, when they think they can get away with it. But these damn Pakistani guys, I've seen more of an influx of these fools than I have anybody, and they are regular jackasses. I mean, it's just it's to the point where, you know, I feel sorry for the next one that elbows me, man. I'm gonna stomp his ass right wherever we are. That's just going to be that's going to be a bad day for Mr. Jihad there. But it's, you know, I don't know. Like I said, it just seems like it's the same regions, the same kind of people, the same everything that's coming back. It didn't seem like they're knocking a dent in these jackasses for the amount of them that's out here. It just blows my mind that you know, this has festered the way it has. It's just, I don't know, Trump and, you know, Sean Duffy's working his ass off. I know he is, you know, trying to bring this to a head. But it seems like he is absolutely getting no help from the states in these businesses that, you know, well, it's not just, you can't lay this at the feet of one president, you know, on the cause of this. You know, I think Barack Obama was the one under DACA to allow so much of this to happen. A lot of these dreamers that they call dreamers were young people, you know, so whatever. You know, when you read that DACA Act that fool wrote, or whoever wrote it, they were allowed to bring up to 17 people with them out of their family. And when you look at the DACA people that was here, you know, or still here, they said there was 1.6 million DACA that, you know, kids that were DACA, you know, the dreamers, that fell under the Dreamers Act. And then you take 17 million or 17 people or 15 or 10 or whatever that showed up alongside these DACA idiots, it's no damn wonder that the voting population has changed the way it has.
Yeah.
And the face of what's going on has changed. I mean, it's just it. And then now you got all the Sikh out here, or the Indians from the Punjabi area, or in India, are trying to sue the United States so that they can maintain their status here. They say it's going to hurt the economy. No, what the hell is hurting the economy is the simple fact that you're bringing all these idiots in here. They're cutting rates down to absolutely nothing, putting trucking companies out of business because they can't compete with these fools. And, who in the hell do you blame on that? I don't know. I think, number one, the contractors that hand out license. I know in the state of Missouri where I live, it's all contract. Every DMV office has contractors working in there. There's no permanent employee of the state that works there. It's all, they take on these contracts and things like that, and they're the ones that does the DMV. I wonder how many states does that, and how easy it'd be just to walk up and slide a couple $100 in somebody's hand and say, hey, I need a CDL. Okay. Whether it's ever going to stop. But I don't know, man. I hope they start doing some perp walking on a lot of people and locking some butts up and things and bringing this to a close, because this is one of the driving forces that has taken over the trucking industry, where it has pushed out the mom and pop truck drivers.
Yep.
It's not that, it's not a job that we, Americans won't do. It's a job that Americans have got, shoved out of the way of, just like so many. And our government is the people that is doing the shoving. It makes you damn sick. But anyway, buddy, that's about all I got for tonight. And I just thought I'd give you a holler and let you know I'm still alive and kicking, and everything's good. Hey, get you some ghost pepper oil and drink some of that bone broth. Put you a couple drops in there. Yeah, you'll sweat and you'll cuss me and all that other stuff, but damn, you'll feel good at the end.
All I know is I need something for the cough thing. That's it's relentless. Who we got there? Hello, Jeffrey in Florida. Welcome back, Steve. Hope you had a good Christmas. And best wishes to the Overnight family. There's Brett. Good morning from the Mile High City, where it finally feels like winter. We were at 67 degrees on Christmas. Now 20. Yeah, hopefully we'll get some snow so I can get some good skiing in soon. It's been a bad season for that so far. Anyway, it's been a while since I've chimed in. I just wanted to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all the listeners out there. Hello to James. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. Right now we're at our high at 61 degrees. It's only going to go down from here. Yes, also, it is true. Taking your Christmas decor down before New Year's is considered bad luck. Uh-oh. I didn't take it all down. I did move the one Santa Claus there. I took the wreath from behind me. I thought incrementally I'd start, all right, so I'll leave it there till the new year. I don't want any bad luck. All right, Rubber Duck. Hey, Santa's in Raven's purple. What is SE all about? He's on the Facebook. That is the folks that manufacture our new microphones. We got a couple weeks ago there, Rubber Duck. Ryan's got a deal where they're allowing us, that they gave us microphones in return for some kind of, that's like free advertising, right? What is SE? That's it. All right. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Jerry, good morning, Steve. Hope you and yours had a Merry Christmas. Both boys and their families were on the road and enjoying ocean views and warm weather. Here in Kokomo, we had torrential rains and winds go through about 8 o'clock this past evening. Nice out there at the moment, but you know what's in store. A big thank you to Hot Shot Secret and all the other wonderful sponsors of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, because, to be honest, it's not the same without the show. Sorry to hear about everybody getting sick during the holidays. All right, if you PM us a good mailing address, I'll send you some ortholamune, no charge, because Sarah and I honestly believe in it that much. For years, we've had no sickness in our families. Anyway, feel better soon, and drivers, be safe out there. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Yeah, I need to join in on the conversation one of these nights. Yeah. Yes, indeed, Jerry. Do that. Let's see. Who else we got? Buckeye Boy. Here we are. Ackworth, Georgia, 61 degrees. Looks like we're going to get some light showers tonight or early tomorrow, but the last few days, it's been great weather. And especially on Christmas Day. The son, his wife, their kids, parents came over, had shrimp with homemade cocktail sauce, cheese and meat tray, bacon-wrapped scallops, roasted prime rib, which was one of the best I've done, twice-baked potatoes, grilled corn on the cob. I mean, you guys go all out for Christmas dinner, don't you? All right. Oreo cheesecake, pumpkin pie. It was a feast. Not a whole lot of leftovers. All right, there you go. So we're rolling up on the news break here. So, hey, good to have you with us. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Looks like Captain Ron's going to give you a little more detail there, Grump. And Dan wanted to chime in regards to that as well. All just ahead.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met today at Mar-a-Lago, saying a potential peace deal is close. 90% of a 20-point framework has been agreed to, and both sides stressed progress on U.S., European, and Ukrainian security guarantees.
20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed.
Trump said final talks will happen in the coming weeks, while Zelensky called for continued pressure on Russia after a recent massive missile attack on Kiev. In the UK, a battle over national identity is heating up as councils raise Palestinian flags, sparking backlash from citizens and commentators, calling for a return to traditional British symbols. Critics warn that ignoring the Union Jack undermines cohesion, while supporters argue the flags reflect diversity. The debate highlights tensions over immigration, culture, and patriotism. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll pick it up there with Santa Claus checking in top of the morning, Steve. 36 degrees here in Portland, Oregon tonight. Just finished a heck of a 49ers game. Anyway, Mrs. Santa and I'm going to be hanging out with the grandkids for another week here in the Pacific Northwest. All right, enjoy the holidays. Santa Claus out. Let me get back to, all right, there you are. Welcome back, Captain Ron.
I appreciate you taking my call, Zach. What they're doing is they're consolidating the two relays into just one. And they're getting rid of the second relay, which is me. I'm in Florida. It's a, what do they call it?
Right to
a right to work stick.
Okay.
Yeah. They can let you go if you didn't brush your teeth or whatever. Mm-hmm. Whatever reason they want. So they've classified the other drivers as a different job, probably so that I can't do anything about it. I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only thing that makes sense to me is my age. You know what I mean? Why would you're going to keep the younger people because, I'm now a liability, I guess, is probably the way they're looking at it. But I don't know that it would do any good to get a lawyer because I'm in a right-to-work state. I don't know that, like I said, they can just let you go because they want to. Whatever freight that they can't get on the one relay trailer, they're going to send a straight shot in a sleeper truck right out of Atlanta. It's for CPG. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if they get rid of all of us in the Tampa Bay area, because they'll find out that they can start running this stuff out of Atlanta in a sleeper truck. Why would they need relays and drivers to go deliver the stuff on another truck. You know, they can get rid of all those trucks, the drivers, the fuel, all of it, and just run it in a straight shot from Atlanta down. I can see that happening very, very easy because ever since COVID, you know, the last 4, 5, 6 years, the freight's been dropping. They've been closing stores, and like one night last week, I think it was, I only have one skid on my trailer. The other relay driver, he only had 4.
Mm-hmm.
I've got an empty trailer tonight coming back. So the upper management in PPG said, we're going to get rid of this second shuttle. We're not going to have 2 shuttles anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I was offered other, you know, they tried to get me somewhere, but there's no openings at all doing anything within a 50-mile radius. So it wasn't like they didn't offer, and they gave me a 3-week notice, but it's a pretty crappy deal to keep 2 drivers with only 8 months seniority between the 2 of them and let go of your guy that's been there for 19 years.
Yeah.
You know, I went to training to be a Smith system instructor. A lot of drivers out there knows what that is. I did that for 3 years, and because of that, I went to 3 startup locations as the Smith system trainer, and that was my job for 3 years. You know, I did a terminal in Detroit and one in Toledo. And along with, when I wasn't doing the Smith system training, I was, you know, running a route. So it isn't like I haven't done stuff for the company, you know.
Right.
And I don't know. They're just, I fully see them getting rid of that whole operation out of Tampa and just running it straight shots out of Atlanta, because my guy that I meet in Valdosta, he comes out of Atlanta, and he said there's tons of trucks just sitting there when he gets there. They're not doing anything. So I can see that they'll see that they can make it work, and I fully see them getting rid of all of them in Tampa.
Wow.
I mean, I went and checked on a job that had a fueler, you know, to fuel the trucks at the fuel island. But it doesn't pay anything what I make, of course, but at least I would still be able to keep my benefits and my, I guess that's about all you really count, because I don't have I mean, I would keep my retirement going, of course, and I don't really want to lock into my Social Security right now. You know, my plan was to go to 67 and see how I felt, and then maybe try to make 70, and then you can work as much as you want and still get all of your Social Security at 70. I'm old enough to retire. I'm 65, you know, but I would rather wait as long as I can to not lock into that amount right now. If I didn't have to, but I guess if I have to, I'll do, you know, like I said, I'll get my Social Security if I have to, and get a job at, I don't know, Publix or delivering pizza, or I tried the Uber thing back in COVID, and the Uber Eats, it didn't pay. I didn't make anything off of the Uber Eats, but my car isn't new enough to haul passengers, so I don't know. I wouldn't try that, but I don't know how. I'll have to figure out something. Of course, I've been putting in applications at a lot of the trucking opportunities on Indeed, but I'm not going to go over the road. I don't really want to haul fuel. There's all kinds of fuel truck openings on there. I don't think they're paying a very good price for people hauling fuel, but there's jobs for that. But I really don't want to mess with that. I don't really want to start something like that at 65. I mean, you know, I don't even really like having my hazmat because I paid for it myself. You don't make more money in your wages to haul hazmat, and the company don't pay me back, you know, for the hazmat. But anyway, I think that's about all the questions that Grump brought up.
Okay.
But hopefully he's still listening, and I think he is. I'm hoping he didn't sound like he was feeling up to snuff, but he's better than being on his back, I suppose.
Better than he was a week ago.
I do the same thing for when I get sick, is the Alka-Seltzer plop, plop, fizz, fizz flu. But I also take Mucinex with it. I don't know if it works. You know, they say that stuff's all placebo. So I don't know. I think they just like you to work it out through your body, but I haven't heard of too many people having the flu down here in Florida. So maybe it's kind of a regional thing, or maybe it's just now getting started.
It's definitely, it's ahead of schedule. Normally it peaks like in the middle of January. Yeah, we're already way ahead of where we were last January. Right now, we're already way ahead of that.
I got my flu shot, but with this autoimmune problem that I have, and I do that monthly infusion, she says you can't get sick at all. Your immune system is just wrecked. It's, you know, she had a fit because I had a toothache, thinking that, you know, that was an infection. She said, you get to the dentist. You don't need to get sick with anything. So I got my flu shot, which I always have since I was in the Marine Corps. I've gotten flu shot every year, and I've never had the flu. You know, I never tested positive for the flu. I've gotten sick, but I've never been
an actual flu diagnosis. Flu. Yeah, interesting. Wow.
Yeah, I've never had a flu diagnosis. So, knock on wood. I'm knocking on my head. But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, and you drivers be safe out there, and I'll see what happens on my end.
All right. Thanks for the update there, Captain Ron. There you go. Hello to Randolph. Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers from Wilmington, North Carolina. All right, Michael's on board. What's up, people? Jason, over here in Vermilion, South Dakota, 6 degrees. Cloudy skies, waiting to get loaded with a load of hay in the morning. Unfortunately, it needs tarped. Be safe out there listening, family. Yeah, the thrills of getting out there to tarp a load in the single digits. And, of course, the wind, you're obviously going to be way below zero with the wind chill. Bundle up out there. Good luck, Jason. There's Norman checking in from North Central Kansas. Happy New Year, all the listeners. Sitting at home right now. I got some back issues going on. I'll be going to see the doctor later today, as a matter of fact. Did get a little snow here on Sunday. Now we're cold and windy. Drummer Girl hanging in at 34 degrees, misty, kind of foggy in northeast Philly tonight. Had Friday night off due to the half-inch of ice in my driveway. And, of course, they had the chains-only rule up on Route 22. Calling for windy conditions, 15 to 25, gust to 50 today. Steve, feel better soon. And anybody out there that's got the flu, stay safe. All right. Okay, good to have you on board. Captain Ron, by any chance, she was asking, do you work for Ryder? No. She said worked for Ryder for 3.5 years. Received notice on Thursday morning that Saturday was our last. 11 drivers, only one opening within 50 miles. How about that? So, okay. So it's happening elsewhere around the country as well. Grum brought up this whole topic of the non-English proficiency, which continues to dominate the headlines. And just before Christmas, Colorado becoming the latest state finding themselves on the DOT's naughty list. It was actually a week ago today, Secretary Sean Duffy threatened to pull $24 million in federal funding from Colorado if they don't immediately pull the illegally issued commercial driver's licenses. Even more, Duffy said the DOT has the option to decertify Colorado's CDL program in its entirety. Colorado does not get to pick and choose what federal rules it follows, especially when the driving public is at risk. According to Duffy, it's been nearly 2 months since Colorado admitted that they knowingly broke the law and gave Mexican nationals trucking licenses. Colorado has two options: revoke the licenses immediately, or I will pull federal funding. Every day that goes by is another day unqualified. Unvetted foreign truckers are jeopardizing the safety of you and your family. According to the FMCSA's nationwide audit earlier this year, they said that about 22% of Colorado's non-domiciled CDLs were issued illegally. Many of them were given to Mexican nationals, which is prohibited under federal regulations. Now, the Colorado governor's office did not immediately respond to Landline's request for comment. But the Associated Press reported Governor Polis called it a case of crossed wires, adding that letters were expected to go out this week to the holders of those improperly issued CDLs. Meanwhile, the DOT accused Colorado of slow-walking their license purge, adding that the state's allowing improperly credentialed drivers to operate 80,000-pound trucks in the meantime. So Colorado, just the latest state to have their funding threatened. Definitely not the first. Earlier this month, Duffy called New York the worst offender, threatening to pull $73 million there. Similar letters over non-domiciled CDLs and English proficiency have been sent to Minnesota, California, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, South Dakota, Texas, and Washington. Colorado also received a letter regarding the non-domiciled CDLs back in October. In that letter, the DOT cited examples of Colorado issuing CDLs for a time period longer than an individual's actual work authorization here in the country. It is 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far, Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, let's get back to the phones here. It's been a while since we checked in with Dan. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. I hope you had a good Christmas and you'll have a good New Year coming up. I haven't called, but I listen at least 3 or 4 nights a week. But anyway, when Captain Ron, I don't think the company that he's working for would be involved in an age discrimination hauling for PPG. They'd be awfully foolish, because if this were to be age discrimination, PPG would be involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they would take that chance. Did he say they offered him another job, but out of the area?
You made it sound like that they said they'd give him something, but there was nothing within 50 miles, I guess he said. I don't know if that means that there might have been something available further than 50 miles.
Right. I mean, it sounds as though they offered him, and he did say they offered him another job, and I think that fueler job, which didn't pay very much, or was a decrease in pay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's enough or not, but it sounded like, he doesn't want to do that. So for age discrimination, he's over 40. That's the range for it. The people that he feels they're going to keep can also be over 40, but younger than him. And, but there's a couple things he said which are not correct. Once he reaches full retirement age, which in his category is 67 years old for Social Security, he can draw his full Social Security and not be income limited. Now, I did not draw my Social Security. My full retirement age was 65. I didn't draw it till age 70 because it does add substantially if you can wait. You can wait till age 70. I had to take it at 70. Matter of fact, the woman actually wanted to get me a check in like 2 or 3 days because I was 70 in 3 months. And when I went down there. So you can, at full retirement age, it depends on his birthday, his birth year, what that is. They've been bumping it up. But he's at 67. That's his full retirement. And he can't. Now, he'll make more for Social Security if he can wait till age 70 to draw it. But so that's one item there.
Okay.
As far as this right to work state, I'm a Teamster. I work in a right to work state. We're covered under that contract. But regardless of what state you're in, if you're not covered under a union contract, you're an at-will employee. And that state may have some restrictions, but as a at-will employee, as you basically it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. All it took was a phone call, and you were no longer on the air. And, right? I mean, I don't think you were an independent.
That is correct.
contractor.
That is correct.
You were an employee,
Even with the with the contract, it was supposed to be like a 3-year contract, but they, the boilerplate thing is, well, we can terminate with 90 days compensations. So the contract was worth 90 days at any given time.
Well, in one sense, Steve, and I mean this sincerely, they did you a favor. You know what I'm saying? Right. I mean, where you're at now, they probably realize what a mistake they made because you're cutting into them. But, but I don't see, I don't, it's not right. I wondered maybe if there might be something with his health that they're not saying to him, you know what I'm saying? But that would be taken care of with the DOT physical if he can't pass it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't understand. I don't think that he's a victim. I mean, I don't think he'd have a case.
Not with that company there. Okay, I got to pause there as we close out another hour.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky have wrapped up talks in Florida as efforts continue towards a possible peace deal.
We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
Trump called the meeting excellent, saying progress is being made, though a few major issues remain. Earlier, Trump also held a lengthy conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin on the phone, calling that productive as well. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she wants to be remembered for helping pass the Affordable Care Act.
Pelosi told ABC's This Week the legislation is a key part of making sure Americans have health coverage.
I think that it was just made a big change in terms of what working families need for their health and their financial health. We'll continue to have that fight.
Pelosi, the first and only woman to serve as Speaker of the House, announced last month she would not be running for re-election. The 85-year-old has been in politics for nearly 4 decades, representing her San Francisco-based district. I'm Lisa Carton.
More than 40 million people are on alert as a major winter storm moves from the Dakotas through the Great Lakes into New England. Blizzard warnings are posted for parts of the upper Midwest with heavy snow, strong winds, and near zero visibility. USA Radio News spoke with Steve Devine, the lead weather forecaster at KCBD.
But we're seeing a pattern change now where that high pressure area is easing off to the east. That's going to allow some much colder air to work into the south central, southeastern U.S.
The storm is expected to clear by tonight. A leaked Justice Department memo is raising concerns over free speech and law enforcement oversight. The memo urges prosecutors to consider domestic terrorism charges for individuals accused of doxing immigration agents, a term critics say could include recording public operations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
One man is dead and 3 others injured after gunmen opened fire on a Lamborghini SUV early this morning. That was in Chicago's River North neighborhood. Police say 4 suspects fled and remain at large. The shooting was one of several violent incidents nationwide over the weekend as mass shootings in 2025 continue a downward trend compared to recent years. Senator Bernie Sanders is warning of the dangers of artificial intelligence.
The independent senator from Vermont tells CNN State of the Union leaders need to seriously consider imposing a moratorium on new data centers.
I think you got to slow this process down.
Sanders also cautions about the relationship between the growing technology and children, saying the recent trend of kids getting emotional support from AI could have a dangerous impact.
So the science fiction fear of AI running the world is not quite so outrageous a concept as people may have thought it was.
I'm Scott Carr.
Your heart's health isn't just about blood pressure or cholesterol. Your cardiac age matters as well. Dr. Luke Laughlin of the Cleveland Clinic says it's determined by multiple factors, including lifestyle, medical conditions, and family history.
Cardiac age is just a way of expressing cardiovascular risk by translating it into an age equivalent.
You can improve it by exercising, eating well, managing stress, sleeping enough, and working with your doctor on medications if needed. Knowing your cardiac age helps reduce your risk and keeps your heart younger longer. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass.
This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Well, as we begin winding things down for the year of 2025. Coming up, we'll see if we can get to the rest of the story later this hour in the wake of a new presidential administration that swept into D.C. back in January. Came with a wave of regulatory policy changes affecting the truck markets. Our friends at Freight Waves kind of breaking down 10 of the biggest that made headlines over the past year. All right, more on that again coming up. First, let me get back and we'll finish up with Dan as we roll into a Monday.
Morning, Steve.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, anyway, just thinking about it, and I was checking. I mean, once he reaches full retirement age, it's unlimited, as I thought, and that's if he's born after 1960. That's 67 years of age. But again, if he waits and continues to work, then at age 70, it did pay off for my wife and I to wait that long. But now some other pensions, if he's getting like a military pension or something, that doesn't count towards the earnings limitations. Yeah, it's they call it full retirement age, FRA. But anyway, that's where it's at. But I don't know. I just wouldn't see where he'd have a case against this company unless they've allowed other people to bump to that first shuttle. But quite frankly, if he's hauling one pallet and someone else is hauling 4 pallets on 2 trucks. It just makes good sense. I mean, to me, I'm surprised they don't put that on LTL trucks like ABF or Old Dominion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And get it done that way. But I'm like you. From what he said he was offered another opportunity, but it's more than 50 miles. Is that what he said?
Correct.
From where
there was nothing within 50 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, where he was at. But anyway, that's I'm sorry to hear that. I'm afraid this is going on. You had that person email you and say that she worked for Ryder.
Drummer girl,
Yeah, worked for Ryder, and they're giving notice. I mean, this is happening all over. I have noticed a lot of trucks for sale. And I was thinking 10 Roads has 2,500 trucks, and they're going to be closing within 30 days. I think sometime in January. What's going to happen with all this equipment hitting the market? You know what I mean? And there's not the freight to haul, so it is going to affect it. And I too, although I work in Tennessee, I live in Missouri, like Grump. And I have noticed these Indians, we use that, I guess, but they run all the DMV offices. It's a contract thing, and I don't know the reason for that. But I'm glad he brought that up. I forgot about that until he did. But I'm glad. Did you have a nice Christmas and everything? You said with
all
your
said and
family.
done, we did. Yes. Yep. Aside from the bug creeping in.
Well, don't let that get out of hand, okay? So you take care of yourself, and God bless everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you much, Dan. And if we don't talk to you before, Happy New Year, right? Because that'll be here before you know it. Hey, who we got? Senor Heatwave on a Monday, no less.
Well, good morning, Senor. Yeah, we took off Friday because we knew we were going to have some short weeks here, and there's plenty of freight for everybody that wanted to work. Oh, yeah, Captain Moran, sorry to hear that. That just suck. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't say anything more. That really bites, and I know I'm getting up myself 59 as of the first of this month, and yeah, it's starting to wake up to the realities of something like this can happen. You know, I just hope I didn't start my 401k too late. You know, so yeah. Well, I tell you what, for all those that have got issues with the cough and the hacking and the gagging and the wheezing and sneezing, you might want to get a hold of Charlie Farquharson over there at GMA and BS Enterprises. Perhaps they have a cough remedy that will make you feel better. If not make you better, it'll just make you feel better.
It'll just knock you out.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, we're on our way to see Jake and Elwood Blues. So we're going to run up there and hopefully get out of this mess as soon as we can. Co-driver's wanting to get back Tuesday, so we better be beating feet. Well, I'll tell you what, our Christmas for us was quiet, which was nice. We just needed a little bit of home time without everybody jumping in and raising all sorts of cane, fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was a quiet, warm, I guess you could say, day. Of course, I was inside the house. I was in the front room, and of course, with the AC running, that fireplace sure felt good. With Lady Heat Waves and Alicia's condition, we have to have that AC set at 59. So, yeah, it gets a little chilly in the household. We can hang meat from the ceiling and not worry about it going bad. So, anyways, other than that, yeah, I'll tell you what, Grump, he's got the right idea. If these people there wearing them turban Suburbans thinking they've got the right of way to just elbow you out of their way so they can press their argument. The only way this is going to stop, and I mean the only way it's going to stop, is when the companies that hand out these contracts to these people, knowing full well that they don't speak English, or brokers knowing full well that these people don't speak English, they have absolutely got to start enforcing that. And for those companies that do hire these people, or these businesses that are of non-English speaking origins, you're going to have to punish them one way. And you're going to have to start making laws and enforcing the damn laws and penalizing anybody and everybody that go out and hire these people. It may be okay to be an ass in their own country. Well, it's a little chilly out there.
And windy.
I had a rest. Yeah, I guess y'all could hear it, huh?
You can hear the wind blowing, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it's 12 degrees out here in the first rest area in Iowa on Interstate 80, Burr. Until the laws are made and the punishments are set, we're going to continue having these issues. And I mean, I don't know how many more times we have to say it before it hits a politician's head for them to go, oh, yeah, that's common sense. Well, I mean, we all know common sense is not very damn common, especially up in D.C. with a bunch of jackasses running around, or an independent. You heard, I was listening to the news, and Bernie Sanders is all of a sudden, well, we need to get a handle on this AI.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what Kamala was supposed to do. I didn't hear you bitching and hollering about her not doing her damn job. And I cannot believe that Kamala is talking about making a run with AOC as her vice presidential running mate. Man, we have absolutely lost our minds on the left there. She didn't do a damn thing. AOC ain't doing nothing more but making, jackasses look good whenever they smile and stick out their tongue. I mean, she's got a smile that looks like a jackass's face. Half the country that's upset with Donald Trump are too dumb to realize that Trump is working for them as well. Yeah, and that's pretty damn sad. I noticed there was a thing on Facebook where they was saying Texas had gas at $1.23 a gallon. I don't know if y'all seen that photo, but background on that is that was at a Buc-ee's, and the only reason why they can offer fuel at that kind of price is if you buy a car wash, if there's one there, and they'll take off $1 per gallon up to 15 gallons. Car wash is like $7 or $8, and that's a pretty nice job going through that tunnel. And I know someone's going to be out there yelling, "Traitor!" Well, when you're in your own personal vehicle, you can stop anywhere you want. So it's not like I could take this big rig, go over there, going, "Yeah, give me that diesel for $1 off a gallon," and "Oh yeah, get me a truck wash." No, you can't do that. And we really, as a group, as an industry, we really done that to ourselves. Because if you go to any of the truck stops, you can smell what people have left behind, especially during the summertime. The smell of ammonia is really, really strong.
Yeah, sad.
The trash that we leave. I mean, some folks don't give a hoot in hell, like Punjabis and whatnot. We got our own idiots to deal with. We don't need to be, adding any more. But, a lot of these, we've done it to ourselves. So, but other than that, yeah, it's been pretty quiet. And I understand Charlie Farquharson impersonator and the right wing nut will probably be calling in tomorrow night. I don't know what they're going to be doing, but rest assured, it's not going to be productive. You know what I mean?
Oh boy.
So, yeah. So, anyways, that's about all I got. And after, I'll be running again tomorrow morning rather, and then hopefully we get into Albuquerque and he can take off to Phoenix with his family for his New Year's Day celebrations. And they don't want us running on New Year's Eve rather, and I don't blame them. So damn many drunks out there on the road thinking, I got it. Yeah, they're going to get it and probably take some people with them. But, come first of the year, I done told the dispatchers, I said, I'll be available. I'd hate to say it, but we're all in for the money. There's a 5-letter word I won't use, but I think folks know. We got to make as much as we can while the sun still shines, because when it comes to the dark days, I don't need to be worrying about that. House payment, another house payment with that Tahoe. Good night, I tell you. Yeah, I got 6 years and 6 months more of payments to go, and I really, really don't need to be caught with my britches down when they say, yeah, your job's terminated. Okay, now what am I going to do with the payments I got?
Yeah, because the payments still come in. Yep. The bills don't stop. Sure enough, yep. All right, thank you so much, Senor Heatwave. Back into...
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, down the line, roll it into a Monday. Coming up, Philip in Florida joins us. Looks like Doug's on board. First Knuckle Buster.
Ziggy done told me it's time to go to bed. He was tired of hearing you on my Bluetooth speaker over here. So, well, I'm glad that Nancy Pelosi is retiring, Steve. That made my day. So, I saw a commercial on TV, Steve. What's in your wallet? Cash money, bank card, ID. The better question would have been, what am I using for protection? Water blaster, vasectomy back in 1984, so I can't get no woman pregnant. And I'm glad she's gone, see. I saw this TikTok video. Hillary was asked how the Epstein files compared to the Monica Lewinsky scandal. She said something like close, but no cigars, see.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, I got news for these women that shave it bald. That is not sexy trying to look like a child. Grow some hair on it and look like a grown woman. Maintain it, keep it clean. A woman told me one time, Steve, that men only want one thing, and it's disgusting. I said, well, she needed to wash it then. Soap and water will go a long way there. Grow your beard, maintain it too. There's my ophthalmologist said that Johnson's baby shampoo will kill the bacteria on your eyelids and your beard. She was looking into my eyes with the machine. I told her, my eyes are supposed to be the windows to my soul. What do you see? She said, a horny, red-headed devil. I sent you the pictures she sent me of my soul, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, the ones I showed her before she started looking in my eyes. And my full retirement age was 66.8. I'm almost 68, see. I'm well past that. I'm tired of all these baloney rules and rigs, and they've got a thing out now, see, an AI song that is a gospel song. That's the #1 song in the country. People are downloading it. It's not even a real person singing it there, so. You know, I dated a couple of women back in their mid-40s after Tennessee died. This woman was, I think I may have said it. Oh, yeah. A woman was putting her hair back in a ponytail. The caption read, don't hate on my bush because it has more hair than you have on the top of your head. Well, I got news for that one in Vegas. She's got her a new man. That's why she was hateful to me out there last time I was out there. Well, I may not be the one you married, but I'm going to be the one you think about in 20 years, Steve. He is bald-headed as all get out. And while you're listening to oldies drinking a drink that tastes like regret and looking over at that old lump of garbage that you got stuck with, well, when I'm 88, I'll still be looking pretty good for an old white boy. Let's get a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and it's always our gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers. Buy some Seville products, Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Call Steve at 844-844-3388. And Steve, how old is your daughter? You don't have to tell me on the air. You can tell me later.
37.
Oh, are you looking for a new son-in-law?
Yeah, boy. Leave it to Knucklebuster. Ah. Yeah, 26 past the hour. I don't think you'd fit the bill there, Knucklebuster, but thanks for trying. All right, 'tis the season, right? You got to pay the fee, but make sure you pay the right person. The good news is truckers won't be forced to fork out more for one of those pesky annual fees this year. The bad news is the deadline is right around the corner. We're talking UCR fees for 2026 are due to be paid or renewed by January 1. What the heck are UCR fees? Unified Carrier Registration. It may sound like bureaucratic alphabet soup, but for most carriers, it's what they call an annual must pay. The UCR applies to all motor carriers and entities required to register with the FMCSA, including those based in Canada and Mexico. If you have an active DOT number, whether it's being used, setting idle, or marked interstate. According to the Permits Department at OOIDA, all states must enforce UCR requirements, even those not participating in the program. Those setting out of the program are Arizona, Florida, Hawaii, Maryland, Nevada, New Jersey, Oregon, Vermont, several others. D.C. also doesn't participate. The fees collected help fund motor carrier safety programs, enforcement efforts, and the day-to-day administration of the UCR plan itself. Basically, that annual check goes straight into keeping the system running. Something that OOIDA has been highly critical of for years. Despite the criticism and the pushback, the deadline for 26 is approaching. If you're not comfortable handling it on your own, OOIDA's Permits and Licensing Department can, for a small fee, help members pay those fees. We'll return following a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met today at Mar-a-Lago, saying a potential peace deal is close. 90% of a 20-point framework has been agreed to, and both sides stressed progress on U.S., European, and Ukrainian security guarantees.
20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed.
Trump said final talks will happen in the coming weeks, while Zelensky called for continued pressure on Russia after a recent massive missile attack on Kiev. In the UK, a battle over national identity is heating up as councils raise Palestinian flags, sparking backlash from citizens and commentators, calling for a return to traditional British symbols. Critics warn that ignoring the Union Jack undermines cohesion, while supporters argue the flags reflect diversity. The debate highlights tensions over immigration, culture, and patriotism. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Billy checking in this morning. Who says, good morning, Steve Sommers, the Overnight Drive, folks. 60 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. We're dropping into the 30s by this evening, then we're cold for the next several days. 40s for highs, 20s during the overnights. There's Buckeye Boy. Buckwheat checking in. All right, Buckwheat listening in with a new body zipper. Had a different Christmas in the hospital, and Cream of Wheat drove me home during the ice storm. I don't know which was worse, not being able to drive or having the fear of the pain when we hit the bumps. All right. I might call in if duty calls. All right. Nothing like spending the Christmas day in the hospital, right? Meanwhile, let's head on down to the Sunshine State, where I presume we had a very, very busy Christmas. Morning, Philip.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Morning, buddy. Hope you had a great Christmas there and everybody out there listening. It was a busy one. We had quite a busy day at the park, so it was busy for us. And this week here is going to be busy as well. As far as Captain Ron goes, buddy, I've been there and I've been through that situation like what you've got going on. I will say this much, buddy. If you've got any questions about the way you were let go, be it laid off or terminated, if it's a layoff situation, I would get it in writing why they laid you off. They have to do that because you have to submit paperwork when you go to DEO to file for unemployment. So when you file for unemployment, they're going to want an understanding of why you were unemployed, be it terminated or laid off or you quitting. So I would suggest to get some paperwork. If it was a layoff situation, ask your company, can you give me some kind of paperwork so I can submit it to unemployment, because you have the right for unemployment if it's layoff or it's termination. Now, if you decide to quit a company, that's a different deal, and it's not going to deal with that. That only works out later if you're out for a long time. Now, as far as that age discrimination stuff, if you get that paperwork and that reasoning for what they said is not correct and they have it on paperwork, I strongly suggest that you go see a fellow by the name of John Morgan. And he's all over the place down here. And he's got a son named Matt Morgan. And I strongly suggest you go see those folks and talk to them and tell them your situation. And they will let you know if you can sue somebody or not. I don't know. Have you heard of that name before, Gene?
Nah.
Have you heard that?
Doesn't ring a bell with me, no.
It's part of the name Morgan and Morgan. Do you know who they are?
Not really.
Morgan and Morgan. They're the largest law firm in the United States, one of the largest right now.
Okay.
And they're almost in every state now. They're really huge down here in Florida because Morgan and Morgan started here in Florida. And it is a huge law firm. You can go to those folks. They'll give you free advice on whether they can take and pursue it or not. I would strongly suggest to go to those folks because they have a lot of clout in the industry and they know what's going on. They deal a lot with, they basically deal a lot with truck accidents. They're out for a lot of consumers out there. I mean, they've dealt with business deals like this before. If there's age discrimination, they do it, and then they backline a lot of it. You don't hear it as much as you do like the Crump one. That Crump guy, he goes for everything. I wouldn't go to him at all. I would go to Morgan & Morgan if I was him going to pursue it legally, because they have enough backing. They can tell you straight up if the case is legit or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only using this as a suggestion to him. I'm not telling him to go there, but those are the folks that probably would help you out, you know, or they might even lead you in the right way to see if it is age discrimination or not. Because it does happen, Steve. It does happen a lot. Dan is correct that a lot of things, what he said, that you're basically, if you're in a job and you're not backed by a union, then it's in, I don't care, I'm in a right to work state, I'm in the same state. You're in kind of a tough situation. Now, they can still let you go when you're in a union, but it has to go through a proper channels before they can technically let you go. You can go back and you can actually get your job back in a terminating situation, depending on how things were handled by your company in a union deal. Now, other than that, in Florida, a lot of it is, like you said, it's an at-will situation, you know? But I would make sure if I was laid off or terminated that I got paperwork stating the reason why I was laid off or terminated, because you do have that right.
Okay.
And if they don't want to give you no paperwork or nothing or like that, you can go down to the DEO. And that's the people who issue that fancy check for unemployment. They're the ones that did it during COVID and all that kind of stuff. You can see those people and tell them, I was not given any paperwork. They did not give me a legitimate reason why, on paper, why I was terminated or why I was laid off. And then they will contact the company and say, what's going on here, folks? And if they don't give them a legitimate reason, then somebody's in trouble and somebody's going to get fined for the situation. Okay? There's always another side of the deal that you can take care of deal. You know, I mean, I've seen it many times down here. And as age discrimination, yeah, absolutely it happens. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody's business is. What Dan said earlier is correct. That once you get over 40 years old, especially when you get over 50 years old, it is going to be extremely hard when you go to get a job if you're ever out of a job. It's going to be extremely hard. And I mean extremely hard. And with the trucking industry the way it is, I can see it. I know I've been there. I've dealt with all these kind of numbers and all kinds of different things. I've been through that before. That's kind of why I don't drive anymore. You know, everybody's situation is different in how they left the industry. But I will tell you this much, Captain Ron. There is light on the other side. It might not be driving a truck. It might be doing something stupid. It might be doing something that you don't want to do. And I do feel your pain about the hazmat deal, because that does happen too. It happens a lot in LTL. In LTL, they don't pay you more for your hazmat license. Now, if you get into a tank situation, absolutely, they should pay you more for doing it. You know, you get into something like what horse feathers do, you want to make the money. You know, you're hauling propane, you know, you want to make the money, you know, and that's the way it should be. But in the LTL industry, they don't look at it that way. You're just on the hourly pay. If you're doing LTL, you're on the miles pay. If you're on the overnight thing, like what Heatwave does, and you have to deal with it. That's the way they look at it. Mm-hmm. It's part of the deal, you know, and it's the sad reality that trucking has turned into that. You know, there's a lot of professional truck drivers out there that are over 40 years old that aren't in the industry because of simple crap like this. And it's what it is. It's crap. I'm not going to use the other word because I can't do that for you. I don't want to mess up your deal, Steve. But, you know, it's a bunch of junk that people have to go through this junk, you know? And they're pushing a lot of people away in the industry with all the stuff out there. The trucks that have all this early detection stuff, you've got cameras on you, you've got ELDs on you. They are pushing a lot of people away. Now, is all this stuff going to speed up all this autonomous stuff and everything? No, it's still going to be the same junk even with that. It might even be worse if it ever goes to that. Because driving a truck in them situations, you're going to have to college. And now a lot of us out there, and I hate to say it this way, a lot of us out there drove for many years. We didn't have a college. We were too busy working and trying to make a living. And that's what's happened to the industry, you know. And sorry about venting, but that's, you know, Captain Ron is legit in a lot of things he's saying here. I mean, it is legit. And that's a prime example of what's happened in the industry today with older drivers, you know, that have tons of experience and have been pushed out the wayside for these young guys. You know, I mean, I had a discussion the other day with Jolly Green, and I said, it's kind of funny that you got 25-year-olds out there that possibly could make over $100,000 a year at 25 years old driving a truck and don't know absolutely jack junk about driving a truck. Mm-hmm. They don't know the difference between a glad hand, a slack adjuster. They don't know how nothing. You know, they don't know how about pinning the trailer. They don't know about tying a load down the right way. They don't know how to tarp the correct way. They don't know how to secure a load the right way. I mean, it's happening. And I know that's experience. Don't get me wrong, Steve. That does happen. We have to have experience out there to learn stuff. I get that. But at 25 years old to be making $100,000 plus, and you've got a guy out there that's got 20, 30 years with millions of miles underneath the belt, you know, safe driving, it's insane, you know? So, but sorry about the gripe session there, bud, but it just gets me fired up when I hear stuff like this deal with Captain Ron. It really does. Yep. Because I've been there. I've been there in that situation before. And I chose to get out of it and go another route. And I took a lot of hits financially. I'm still taking financial hits, and I'm 15 years plus out of it now. And would I want to get back into it? Absolutely. I'd love to get back into a truck on my own terms, not some company's terms that wants to throw a camera that looks at me and wants to make a decision because my eyes isn't in the correct position to that I had an accident that's preventable or not. I don't need that. I don't need somebody in an office looking at a camera footage to see where my eyes are when I hit a brakes or when I do all this other stuff. And that's what a lot of guys are going through today, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on just a sec. I got to scan into a gate here. Right now, I've got about 15 cameras on me. But the thing is, that's what truckers are going through now. You got to make the decision, do you want to deal with this junk or not? You know, and if you're able to not deal with it, good for you. If you're a guy out there that has to do it, and I have been in that situation with different things with trucking, there's been times I didn't want to do what I did, but I did it because I had to make a living. And hauling fuel, I'm not a fan of that. I never was a fan of a tank. I pulled tank to begin with in my career when I started driving, and I was young and dumb, and I didn't have to do it in the capacity of, like, say, what Horse Feathers does or something of that nature. But I'm glad I didn't. But it built my experience up to where I could get a better job, you know. And I know he's down there by the Tampa area. I know there's quite a bit of stuff in Lakeland. If he wants to look around Lakeland, I know there's quite a few trucking jobs around there that he might want to check into. If he wants to, check in with Old Dominion, Averett, those folks in LTL. That there might turn into a day P&D job, which that is very strenuous, especially when you're older. I don't think I could do it again, jumping in and out of trucks all day long, you know, doing that kind of thing. Who knows? You might check into some of the companies. They might have a line haul position open. But being around that port down there at Tampa, that's the reason them fuel jobs are like they are. They cannot get enough drivers to haul fuel in Florida. I mean, proof of that's during our hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
They just cannot keep enough drivers hauling fuel. They could take and get as many trucks as they want, and that's why they're kind of like they are. You know, they kind of put themselves in that kind of situation. Now, as far as the CDL stuff, you were talking about all these states and the CDLs being, you know, they're talking about revoking their programs and their funding and all this stuff. They got in this stuff, and what was it, Steve, about 89, 90 is when the CDL actually came into fruition?
Right, exactly.
Okay. They knew what they were going to when the federal government got into it and wanted to make it where one guy had one license in one state. That's the reason why we have CDLs, because they wanted one person to have one license in one state. They didn't want guys running 4 different kinds of licenses from 4 different states. They wanted to compartmentalize everything and have everybody on the same board. Well, they didn't think about illegals back in 1990, now did they?
Right. No
we
doubt.
didn't think about that kind of situation. And that's what's put us into what we're looking at today. You know, there's always something that's going to kabump something. You know, computers have done it. Technology, you name it, has come out there. And it's getting to be kind of a pain in the butt with the regulations and stuff. And when they deregulated, I was around during the deregulation. Absolutely was. I was younger back then. Before I was a big-time driver, but deregulation turned around a lot of things too, and that was the money end of the deal. You know, you had a lot of companies coming in like JB and Schneider and those guys and Warner that turned all that stuff around. And believe it or not, that's what's created all this mess today, is because we've got these massive companies. You know, you've got companies making the massive companies, and guess what? They're going to hire anybody and everybody to fill a seat. That's what the companies are looking for, Steve. They want somebody to fill a seat. So the bigger companies, some of the older guys are having to go, they're out of the industry like me, they're having to go to these big companies like JB and Schneider and those kind of companies to start back all over again.
And there's a lot of us out there, we don't want to start back over again. We done did that, been there, and had the T-shirt. You know, it's one of those things. So, but that's all I got, my rant. I know you got to do some business there. So y'all have a good day, and I hope you had a good Christmas and a Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you.
All right, yep. And we'll be saying Happy New Year before you know it, won't we? Just around the corner. It's about 9 before the hour.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And no two ways about it. Temperature going down, down, down rapidly. I saw one local forecaster said in our home state of Ohio that temperatures plunging from 65 to 25 like it just saw a state trooper slamming on the brakes. Indeed, the same storm producing blizzard conditions with near hurricane force winds around the Great Lakes right on into Monday night will ultimately direct that frigid air in its way through the Midwest and the Northeast, and even bring some chills to the South Central and Southeast for the week ahead here. Shifting bands of lake effect snow and clipper storms accompany the cold waves, making for treacherous travel in the Midwest and the Northeast. While the air will not be as abnormally cold as it was earlier this month, this cold wave will bring temperatures some 10 degrees lower than average for late December and early January. Temperatures are going to plunge on the back end of the blizzard in the upper Midwest from now through the day ahead. Minneapolis, for example, temperatures are plummeting from the mid-30s late Sunday into the single digits here this Monday morning, rising only slightly during the day, then dropping below zero for Monday night. Be treating that fuel, ladies and gentlemen. I had that warm snap last week where probably didn't have to much worry about it. That's gone. Philadelphia, temperatures, you're still going to be near 60 here later this Monday. You'll be into the 20s by Monday night, struggling to get above freezing come Tuesday, even in much of the southern states. After that string of days challenging some record highs, the new pattern's going to be a bit of a shock Atlanta, for example, highs over the past 5 to 7 days have been in the 60s and 70s, some 10, 20 degrees above average for this time of year. Today, on through much of this week, highs in the 40s, maybe mid-50s. Further west around, say, Houston, near record highs in the 80s are going to be swapped with highs in the 50s and 60s for a few days starting later today. So as that leading edge of the cold sweeps in behind the Arctic front through the Ohio Valley and the Appalachians here for Monday, look for that rapid freeze up with some snow showers in some cases. Temperatures plunging from the 30s and 40s into the 20s and teens. Roads, sidewalks, parking lots may transition from wet to the good old-fashioned sheet of ice in a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. I look at the clock, I say we're about a minute from top of the hour there, rolling up on the midnight hour. So Plowboy, hang in there. Looks like we lost Pappy. Maybe he'll check back in. At 844-844-3388. Hello to Deborah, who says, good morning, Steve. We're getting cold in Texas as we speak. All right, good to have you on board. Coming up in our next hour, yes, more on the winter storm. The winds blowing across the Great Lakes today. We're going to see yet another event. They call it a seek. The winds blowing across Lake Erie from west to east, dropping the lake by, say, 6 feet near Toledo. But the waters are going to be rising some 7 feet over toward Buffalo. That means the water levels are going to be about 13 feet higher in Buffalo compared to Toledo with those strong winds today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met in Florida today, touting progress on a potential 20-point peace plan. Zelensky says the plan is about 90% agreed, with U.S., Ukrainian, and European security guarantees nearly finalized. Trump called the meeting excellent, noting only 1 or 2 thorny issues remain. Trump also spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin in a very productive 2-hour phone call. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's confident that Democrats will retake the House in the 2026 midterms. She appeared on ABC's This Week and said Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries would become the next speaker.
Hakeem Jeffries is ready. He's eloquent. He's respected by the members. He's a unifier.
Pelosi recently announced that she will not be seeking re-election after nearly 40 years representing San Francisco. More dangerously cold weather is coming to the Midwest and Northeast.
Forecasters say another Arctic cold front will be dipping into the central U.S. this week, causing temperatures to plunge from Des Moines to Boston starting Monday, and lake-effect snow in the Great Lakes area. Daytime highs will be in the 20s and 30s throughout the region through New Year's Day, with highs in the single digits in the upper Midwest. The extreme cold will be a radical shift from the spring-like weather across the region on Christmas week. I'm Jim Forbes.
The FDA is warning consumers about a broad recall tied to possible contamination from bird and rodent feces. Minnesota-based Gold Star Distribution is pulling over-the-counter medication, supplements, pet food, cosmetics, medical devices, and some foods due to unsanitary conditions. No illnesses have yet been reported. Consumers are urged to stop using the affected products and check the FDA's recall list. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Texas authorities say a 19-year-old woman missing since Christmas Eve may be in imminent danger. Camila Mendoza Olmos was last seen outside her northwest Bexar County home on Wednesday. She's believed to have left on foot. Multiple agencies, including the FBI, are assisting in that search. The Sheriff's Department is asking the public for assistance. California will not be suing the Trump administration over its decision to take back billions of dollars from the state's high-speed rail project.
The U.S. Department of Transportation froze $4 billion in funding in July. It called the state's plan to complete a Central Valley segment of the San Francisco to Los Angeles bullet train not viable. State rail officials say they will now pursue other funding sources to finish the project, which will cost the state more than $100 billion. President Donald Trump and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy have both slammed the project, calling it a train to nowhere. I'm Sharon Reardon.
With about 1 in 10 couples facing infertility, some are turning to restorative reproductive medication. That's a treatment that focuses on identifying and repairing underlying causes rather than using IVF. Karen Manetti spoke with CBN.
My hematologist said, I really want you to go through IVF. You're older. You don't want to run the risk of any genetic defects. And my husband and I flat out said, we're not doing it. This is all in God's hands. He will take care of us.
Supporters say the approach can be effective, lower cost, and avoids unused embryos. Lawmakers are now considering legislation to expand access nationwide. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We officially roll into a Monday. Yes, Captain Ron said in hour one, the greatest day of the week. 29th of December, though. The waning days of 2025. You ready or not? The ball drops at the midnight hour. Wednesday evening as we ring in the new year, right? Then, of course, New Year's resolutions kick in, right? According to the latest YouGov poll, about 3 in 10 U.S. adults say they plan to make some sort of a New Year's resolution or set a goal for the year ahead. Exercise and personal well-being topping the list. The most commonly cited resolution was exercising more, with 25% of respondents choosing that from a list of some 25 different options. Other popular goals include being happy, 23%, eating healthier at 22%, saving more money or improving physical health. This year, younger adults under age 45 more likely to adopt a range of resolutions versus older Americans. They broke down in various categories: 18 to 29, 30 to 44, 45 to 64, and then 65 and older. Women more likely than men to say their resolution included losing weight. Among those planning resolutions, 39% said it was very likely they would keep their commitments through the year. Some 50% said somewhat likely. And then, they said only 7% said it was not very or not at all likely they'd stick to their goals. All I know is for people that regularly, go to the gym for their morning exercise or after work exercise, over the years I've been told it. I've never been one of those people. I've never been the gym guy. But people that go, they say that they hate it during the month of January. He said everybody makes their New Year's resolution that they're going to get fit and lose weight and all that. And for the first few weeks of January, they say the gym is totally packed. It's wall to wall, all these newbies with their New Year's resolutions. And by the end of January, they say most of the time it's pretty much back to where it was before the new year. Most of them don't even last a full month. Living up to their New Year's resolutions. How many times have you gone in and fallen for the, hey, we'll get you 12 months, blah, 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 only $7.99 a month, You think, I'm going to, maybe 2-3 weeks later, you're done attending the gym. You say, why am I even keeping this membership? I never go. What's going on, Plowboy? Hello, Plowboy. Maybe he's busy, or maybe he dozed off. I don't know. See, Pappy, welcome back.
Steve, don't even bother with any of these New Year's resolutions like you just said, man. Ain't nobody gonna stick to it. It ain't happening.
Right?
That's like trying to say, well, I'm gonna cut down on the skull busters, or I'm gonna quit smoking. Yeah, right. My only goal, Steve, is to stay alive until April 28th. Oh. Hey, Steve, if you don't mind, I would like to give a shout out to a coworker who is retiring on December 31st. Last night we got together and had a cigar night.
Mm-hmm.
So, Howard, if you're listening, congrats, brother. Enjoy retirement. He's got over 30 years on.
Wow.
So, congrats to him. All the guys over in District 4. Steve, I will say, man, I'm blessed. I work with a good group of dudes, man. You know, really do. In a way, it's going to be sad to leave, but then again, it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Bittersweet.
Yes. Steve, word has it that Trump is taking the gloves off. He's found again. What do you call that when somebody is a newfound Christian or something? Found themselves again, but I think some close people in his orbit has pulled him aside and had a look some talks with him, and he is now woken up, and the gloves are off. There was a lot of people in his circle that maybe didn't have the country's best interest in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And he's weeding them out. And so, rumor is, the gloves are off in 2026. We'll see. Supposedly there was a bunch of people in his circle, Steve, that were, before they were in Trump administration, they were tied to some lobbyists or some law firms, and this Venezuela cartel had their paws in a lot of these places. So Pam Bondi's name came up, but supposedly she stood up and did the right thing and told them to pound salt. I guess they try to buy you. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
All over the, what's the name of that daggone oil company down there? Chevron, is it? The big oil company down there. That's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, well, not all about, but and they lobby all these people in D.C. and so I think I mentioned that a couple months ago that Venezuela has their claws in deep in D.C. That's why Trump's putting a squeeze on them. Cutting off their money supply, not letting that oil leave the country. There was one guy on a podcast said that, Steve, they might only have a couple weeks left, and they're going to be a hurting puppy down there. That something's going to break here real soon with that. We'll see what happens.
With the whole blockade thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Season these tankers with these oils. You know, like I said, you take away their product, that they can't deliver their product, and they're not getting paid. They're going to be hurt, so we'll see what happens. So next couple weeks is going to be very. Also, Steve, that we've heard this before. All these voting machines, right? All have ties with Venezuela. And I don't know if you've seen any of that that's come out here in the last couple of days. I just heard bits and pieces saw a couple clips from up on the hill and some meetings where they are getting ready to blow the gasket on all the cheating and the elections and what really happened in the 2020 election, and 300,000 votes just in Georgia.
Yeah.
You know, there was one county where it was a local deal, but it was in the 2020 election, where the lady that was running for this particular office didn't receive one vote in the whole county. And they were like, well, that ain't right, because I know me and my husband voted. Steve,
right,
that's what got
right.
the whole bowl.
Sure.
That's what got the whole bowl of wax rolling. And Steve, it's just all these machines were hacked. Venezuela was in on it. China was in on it. It's all going to come out. So we'll see what happens next year, bud. Hopefully things will change around. Start take this country back. So what are you on, tonight, tomorrow, or right now, and then tomorrow night, and that's it?
No, I'm supposed
Till
to be
next
here
year,
Wednesdays. Supposed to be here like Wednesday morning as well.
So you're Sunday, Monday, or you're Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yep, correct.
Gotcha. So 3 shows.
If my voice can hold out.
All right.
I'm having to turn the microphone off a lot. Coughing. We'll see.
Yeah, I heard you say you came down with the crud, man.
Yeah, Beth said everybody at her work was sick, but they were coming to work, and so she brought it home from her job and gave it to all of us.
Yeah, we got a guy in training. He's in training right now, and he called his coach, who called me and said, hey, man, he said he's up and he's sick, he's throwing up, and he's in training, he's worried about calling. I said, man, we don't want him coming in sick. You crazy? Getting his the guy training him sick, sitting in the car with him for 12 hours. Are you kidding me?
Right. Yep.
No, time just calling sick, man. It is what it is. All right, bud. Really all I got, man. I am off for the next 2 weeks. Well, 12 days, I guess. I don't come back till July the 9th.
January the 9th.
Dude, man.
By July, you are retired by July.
Yeah, man. Oh, Steve. It's hell getting old, man. Yes, January 9th. Off till then, so. All right, bud. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Probably talk to you again before the new year.
All right. Thank you, Pappy. Be safe out there. And there you go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
I mentioned when the ball drops there, New Year's Eve in New York City. It will be sparkling in red, white, and blue to usher in 2026. Because we're going to be kicking off months of celebrations for our 250th birthday of a nation. The patriotic touches at this year's Times Square's gathering, they tell us, including a second confetti drop to offer an early glimpse of what's ahead. Hundreds of events and programs, big and small, nationwide, to mark the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Let's see. According to America 250 Chair Rosie Rios, who oversees the commission created by Congress to organize the semi-quincentennial anniversary, 250 years, says, I'm telling you right now, whatever you're imagining, it's going to be much more than that. It's going to be one for the ages, the most inspirational celebration this country and maybe the world has ever seen. Rios and her group worked with the Times Square Alliance, the business district, and One Times Square, the building from where the ball is dropped, to make the changes for this year's ceremonies. They're also planning a second ball drop on July 3rd, the eve of the nation's birthday, in the same beautiful style that Times Square knows how to do it. This will mark the first time in 120 years there will be a ball drop in Times Square that doesn't occur on New Year's Eve. Of course, the New Year's Eve ball first dropped in Times Square in 1907. 700-pound, 5-foot diameter ball that was made originally of iron and wood that featured 125-watt light bulbs. Last year, the Constellation ball, the 9th and largest version, was unveiled. The ball now measures about 12 feet in diameter and weighs nearly 12,000 pounds. The only years no ball drop occurred were 1942, 1943, when the city instituted a nightly dim out during World War II to protect from attacks. Crowds instead celebrated the new year with a moment of silence, followed by the chimes ringing from the base of One Times Square. This year, the stroke of midnight will also mark the official launch of America Gives, a national service initiative created by America 250. The organizers hope to make 2026 the largest year of volunteer hours ever aggregated in the country. On the following day, America 250 will participate in the New Year's Day Rose Parade in Pasadena with a float themed Soaring Onward Together for 250 years. It will feature 3 larger-than-life bald eagles representing the country's past, present, and future. Yeah, of course, the president has announced a Freedom 250 initiative coordinating this year's anniversary events. There's going to be a lot of big events, and of course, none, I suppose, bigger than the Independence Day celebrations that will be taking place all over the country. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. So you kind of caught some of that creeping crud too, huh?
I sure did.
Kind of made for an unpleasant break there. You were looking forward to everything going on. But before I get started on this, I spent some of my time. I was thinking about these racing engines. They use methanol, and I found out that Stable actually has a product for the ethanol. One's called the Preventive, and of course the other, you see it, what is it, 160 or something of that nature. Anyway, it protects from that, as the alcohol getting into the oil, diluting it, and then causing all the problems. Of course, you also need the right type of filter for it, because I guess most of the racing engines now are running on methanol. So, it's just a little bit different than ethanol. Methanol, you have to be careful with. It's kind of toxic. But the reason I was looking at that, I was looking at all the biofuel things and the whole oil situation. And, Biden, he pulled down the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but the prices didn't go down because the oil companies took them and then took the oil and then turned around and sold them to China. I don't know if you recall that or not, but Trump has a lot to get done ahead of him, and I was hoping he'd kind of taken a different tack. I thought he was going to get serious about the Green New Deal and China's antics, and also looking at Russia there. That deal with Ukraine, I don't know what they're going to do with Chernobyl there, but see, that thing ruined a lot of agricultural land, and people had to move off it and go to other places. So there's people in Ukraine that don't want anything to do with Putin, and Putin just can't seem to accept that, because they have been under Russian domination, and I don't know if they're going to get the Russian wheat not the Russian wheat, the Ukrainian wheat going or not, but it's sorely needed, although a lot of people think maybe it's holding the price of wheat down, but
hold the thought there, Vic, because we got to pause for a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky have wrapped up talks in Florida as efforts continue towards a possible peace deal.
Had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
Trump called the meeting excellent, saying progress is being made, though a few major issues remain. Earlier, Trump also held a lengthy conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin on the phone, calling that productive as well. A leaked Justice Department memo is raising concerns over free speech and law enforcement oversight. The memo urges prosecutors to consider domestic terrorism charges for individuals accused of doxing immigration agents, a term critics say could include recording public operations. Civil liberties organizations warn the guidance could chill First Amendment protected activity, while the administration argues it's aimed at protecting agent safety. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medishare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medishare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medishare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 31st and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Good to have you on board as we get the new week underway. For most, another short work week. And then again, there are those that maybe will be off for New Year's Day, then right back to work Friday. Welcome back, Vic. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thank you for holding me over there. But I was talking about the wheat there in Ukraine, and there are places that needs that wheat, and Ukraine also needs it because there's going to take a lot of money to do all that rebuilding that has to be done over there. And I think Ukraine still has the one nuclear power plant that furnishes a lot of energy to Europe. So I don't know what this peace deal is all about or anything else or how they're going to work that out. But that's just kind of what I'm wondering about, because much of Ukraine's agricultural land, has unexploded bombs on it, mines and everything else.
Mhm.
So it's not just like, the ordinary day. And I don't know how they used to have really rich soil over there. So how much of that's been ruined, who knows? But the reason I was brought that up is no matter what message Trump tries to send out, Nancy Pelosi and her crew try to twist it around. It's like the deal with that's coming up with the Obamacare and all that stuff. They keep trying to say that Trump and them want to do away with that. No, what they want to do away with is giving it to the insurance company, and they full well know that they want to give it directly to the basically the people. And if Trump was successful in that, that would that would demolish a lot of their funds or whatever you want to call it. We call it contributions, donations, whatever, to their campaigns. And the Democrats definitely don't want to see that come to an end. And the other thing that Nancy Pelosi is good at is that old divide and conquer thing. And I started to watch a little bit of that, the interview with Tucker Carlson and the anti-Semite Nazi or whatever he was. And the Heritage Foundation, they're all self-righteous now. But what's so odd is that they're wanting to come over and join Pence's, Mike Pence's got some sort of a foundation going or whatever. And I don't know how much the people there at the Heritage Foundation know about that, or if they're getting money or anything else. But Mike Pence, and I think he gets a lot of his money from Koch brothers. They used to be a big contributor to him. And then somewhere along the line, Stanley Druckenmiller, it sounds like an odd name, but his name came up, and he used to be chief financial advisor, or what do you want to call it, on investments for the Soros people. So they might want to back up and take a long, hard look at all that. And some of the things like that Pence did when he was vice president, the COVID thing, he got played big time on that, because they said it came from animals. But instead of if it came from animals, why weren't animals catching it?
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, And the other thing is, to put in a plug for my old school there, whenever Mike Pence was vice president and Mitch Daniels was president of Purdue, they didn't even let Purdue's veterinary lab check into that, said that they need what is a biosecurity level 3 or something, the top level. And it's like, well, they kept saying it came from animals. If it came from animals, but animals can't catch it, how did that work, So, I mean, they really didn't bear down on giving Trump much support over that COVID thing. And that COVID thing was what led to what you were talking about with that 2020 election corruption and all that other stuff that was going on. But my point is, I don't understand where these Heritage Foundation people are getting all excited and leaving in droves and everything else. So just to remind them, Henry Ford wrote a book, The Problem with the International Jew. He was a well-known anti-Semite. After World War II was over, the bearing factory that he had in Germany got bombed, and he was making bearings for the Nazis during World War II. and he actually put in a claim against the United States for them bombing his factory that was in a war zone. So I don't. There's a lot of people that maybe they don't know history or don't want to learn history, or there's some sort of advantage for them. But the guy that I guess that Tucker Carlson was trying to interview was, to me, it's like maybe people ought to take a long, hard look and see what this whole anti-Semitism that's causing so much problem across the country, to let them know what kind of people they are following. That's the way I look at it. And Tucker Carlson usually had a more mature more mature audience than somebody just trying to influence these young kids and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the other thing with Tom Homan and everything. They're saying he's trying to break up families and blah, 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 and everything else. And no, he's also looking to see where all these kids went to. How many kids is it? They say they lost track of 400. It's an enormous amount. I won't say anything, but that's what they're always trying to warp Trump's message, and it seems like he can kind of fall into that and get on another track. And the Doge thing, that was a good thing. I don't know what caused him and Musk to get sideways there, but I hope they keep going with that Doge thing, because when you have dead people collecting Medicaid benefits and food stamp benefits and on and on and on it goes, that needs to be looked into, because it might help the budget a whole lot and reduce taxes. And people need to understand this whole deal with Venezuela. They are supplying the drug dealers down the street from them that they're so upset about, and that's going to the kids. Maybe what I was thinking about. I kind of got off track, because there was a kid that died. It was a few years back on a fentanyl overdose, and the way he was playing football, got injured, got on painkillers, and then the government come out and said, "Well, you only can have so many painkillers." Well, you know what happened. So there's a whole lot of work to be right.
Yep.
So anyway, with that, and real quick on that age discrimination thing that you were talking about, basically that company has to use the same model or whatever. I don't understand if who was Captain Ron, he was doing the shuttle and carrying it to the people to distribute to the stores. Well, where are the people that are distributing to the store? Where are they going to get that from? Where are they going to get supplies? Because if they turn around and say, well, we're going to keep the same distribution system, but we're just going to change it a little bit, that can get them in big trouble with the Equal Opportunity Commission and people's up on all that. But basically, you can't, if you're going to change something, you have to change it to where the job you just eliminated is not important anymore. Because if you keep basically the same model, just maybe tweak it a little bit here or there, you could get hit for age discrimination, because I was a manager when all that stuff came about, and they gave you the policy manual and personnel manual and all that other stuff. And so that was a cottage industry there for a while. These companies getting sued, going to the personnel manual and saying, well, this is your personnel policy and you did this or that wrong. So we all kind of had to try to make the walk around it, because I had to get rid of a couple of older women, and they didn't take it too kindly. My boss called me up and said, hey, I thought you said you were going to fire those. I said, no, I just laid them off, but I'm not going to call them back. And I had to go. He said, oh, I get it now. He said, so the one told me, she said, well, they're just going to have to wait up there at the Board of Trade. For my reports, I said, it doesn't work that way. That Board of Trade is going to open, and all the reports have to be there. And that's just the way it is. If you can't get them there on time, you might want to start looking for another job. So anyway, I'll let you go with that.
All right, that's, as they say, that's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, 2025. What a year it has been. Yeah, changes in the trucking industry. Freight waves kind of breaking down some of the 10 largest headlines of the year in the industry. Starting with March 12th, when the EPA announced they're rolling back the previous administration's emission rules, the Biden-Harris emission rules. The EPA administrator said they're reviving emissions rules put in place, reviewing rather, including in the announcements the EPA was planning to take aim at the Clean Trucks Plan. That included rules on nitrous oxide emissions for heavy-duty trucks. April 28th, when it all got started, when President Trump requires the truckers can speak and read English, signing an executive order. And boy, that's been a big, big newsmaker from that point forward. And finally, the FMCSA actually doing their job and cracking down, removing thousands. Then we move on to the non-domiciled CDL holders, the DOT, June 27, announcing they're going to crack down. A nationwide audit of non-domiciled CDL holders. Part of a sweeping package of new pro-trucker initiatives that included a $275 million grant for truck parking and the cancellation of a rulemaking that would have limited top speeds for heavy-duty trucks, the speed limiter mandate. On into July 23rd, the feds axe the truck speed limiter mandate, citing data gaps. All those proposals that would have limited speeds for large trucks to as low as 60 miles per hour lacked enough safety and economic data to justify moving forward, according to regulators. So the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, acting on a directive from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, canceled the two proposed rulemakings. On into September, the FMCSA puts the brakes on broker transparency and side guards. The Trump administration has pushed into next year a slate of potential regulations, including that second proposed rule aimed at combating price gouging by freight brokers. In addition to delaying the new broker transparency rule, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is delaying until at least January of next year, considering a rule that would require side guard equipment on trailers and semi-trailers. We move to October 7, when Derek Bars was confirmed by the U.S. Senate to be the 8th FMCSA administrator. October 30th, Sean Duffy declares war on CDL mills and fleets that hire from those CDL mills around the country. Commercial driver's license schools accused of certifying unqualified drivers, many who lack the English proficiency, basic operating skills, proper citizenship documentation. Addressing a long-standing issue exacerbated by the 2022 FMCSA regulatory change that allowed for self-certification for CDL trainers. November the 26th, the FMCSA announcing they're going to poll several thousand drivers on truck parking issues around the country. Looking to dedicate funding along with studies estimating how the lack of parking is actually costing the industry. Here in December 1, the FMCSA announces they're overhauling vetting of truckers' electronic logging devices to help eliminate non-compliant equipment used to track your hours of service. Loopholes in the previous system made it easy to register substandard devices or re-register those that have already been revoked. And lastly, December 17, will marijuana rescheduling be a trucking game changer was the question, with the president rescheduling marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. The trucking world should be paying very close attention because the Department of Transportation could eventually, they say, lose the legal authority to test nearly 4 million CDL holders for the drug that accounts for some 60% of all positive tests in the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Top 10 issues in 2025. It's been an interesting year in trucking.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All right, coming up, looks like we got the anonymous hippopotamus scrapyard to check in. Yeah, first, Buckwheat. After spending Christmas in the hospital. That wasn't where you meant to spend Christmas, was it?
No, it wasn't on my game plan, but it's what we had to do to get done what we wanted to get done, you know?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, we spent Christmas in the hospital there, and you know, I was sort of expecting to have that Charlie impersonator and Right Wing that come sing me Christmas carols, but they didn't show up. You know, I'm not sure if they lost my address or what there, but anyhow, so yeah, we got our surgery done. We supposedly the cancer tumor is gone now, and yeah, they split me from the top of your nips down to 2 inches below your belly button, and they cut everything open there, and they pulled all the stuff, the insides out, and then they did what they had to do and put everything back. So, yeah. So hopefully we're on a 10-pound weight limit now for the next 4 weeks, and 4 weeks after that we can only lift 20 pounds. So yeah, I guess I won't be driving for a while, but anyhow, it is what it is, and cream of wheat there. They said that, they actually, I tried to ask for that special drug that Horse Feathers talks about, that pain reliever that he says is so good.
Right.
And they said they couldn't give that to me since I only have one kidney. And, so I tried to get that stuff, but, my pain hasn't been terrible. I mean, they're managing on Tylenol, and I do got some oxycodone pills, but I haven't used them since yesterday. So, but it's they tried to get me out of bed. This is how blood pressure works. They tried to get me out of bed at let's say about 12 hours after surgery, and when I was all for that, I'm all about moving. And the nurse was standing in front of me, and I was standing up. And next thing he says is, "Now you lay back down there." And I heard cream of wheat's intake of air, and behind me, I'm like, "What's going on?" He said, "You fell over." I'm like, "No, I didn't." And here, what happened is a little bit later they tried to get me up again and were monitoring my blood pressure, and it went from when I was trying to stand up, the blood pressure was like 60/40, and they said, "Oh, that happens after surgery. Your blood pressure's out of whack." But anyhow, so we got that straightened out, and Christmas Day, they started feeding me again, so I hadn't eaten in 3 days, and we're down another 5 pounds. So, I mean, that's one good thing. I mean, I'm losing weight, getting healthier,
Right.
But,
that's a heck of a way to have to lose weight, though.
Yeah, it is. And, yesterday, my son stopped over and said, "Hey, they need to get the girls out of the house." And they're expecting a baby. And I told Cream of Wheat there, I said, "Hey, be interested to bring their baby over with them." And he said, "No, they never told us anything." And sure enough, they come walking in and they had a new baby. It was only 24 hours old. She went to a birthing center and walked out 5 hours after she was in. With the baby, and they live on a farm, and she grew up.
Those were amazing times, huh? Right, 5 hours in and out. And we have to pause, though. Final hour coming your way right after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met in Florida today, touting progress on a potential 20-point peace plan. Zelensky says the plan is about 90% agreed, with U.S., Ukrainian, and European security guarantees nearly finalized. Trump called the meeting excellent, noting only one or two thorny issues remain. Trump also spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin in a very productive 2-hour phone call. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's confident that Democrats will retake the House in the 2026 midterms. She appeared on ABC's This Week and said Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries would become the next speaker.
Hakeem Jeffries is ready. He's eloquent. He's respected by the members. He's a unifier.
Pelosi recently announced that she will not be seeking re-election after nearly 40 years representing San Francisco. More dangerously cold weather is coming to the Midwest and Northeast.
Forecasters say another Arctic cold front will be dipping into the central U.S. this week, causing temperatures to plunge from Des Moines to Boston starting Monday, and lake-effect snow in the Great Lakes area. Daytime highs will be in the 20s and 30s throughout the region through New Year's Day, with highs in the single digits in the upper Midwest. The extreme cold will be a radical shift from the spring-like weather across the region on Christmas week. I'm Jim Forbes.
The FDA is warning consumers about a broad recall tied to possible contamination from bird and rodent feces. Minnesota-based Gold Star Distribution is pulling over-the-counter medication, supplements, pet food, cosmetics, medical devices, and some foods due to unsanitary conditions. No illnesses have yet been reported. Consumers are urged to stop using the affected products and check the FDA's recall list. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Texas authorities say a 19-year-old woman missing since Christmas Eve may be in imminent danger. Camila Mendoza Olmos was last seen outside her northwest Bexar County home on Wednesday. She's believed to have left on foot. Multiple agencies, including the FBI, are assisting in that search. The Sheriff's Department is asking the public for assistance. California will not be suing the Trump administration over its decision to take back billions of dollars from the state's high-speed rail project.
The U.S. Department of Transportation froze $4 billion in funding in July. It called the state's plan to complete a Central Valley segment of the San Francisco to Los Angeles bullet train not viable. State rail officials say they will now pursue other funding sources to finish the project, which will cost the state more than $100 billion. President Donald Trump and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy have both slammed the project, calling it a train to nowhere. I'm Sharon Reardon.
With about 1 in 10 couples facing infertility, some are turning to restorative reproductive medication. That's a treatment that focuses on identifying and repairing underlying causes rather than using IVF. Karen Manetti spoke with CBN.
My hematologist said, I really want you to go through IVF. You're older. You don't want to run the risk of any genetic defects. And my husband and I flat out said, we're not doing it. This is all in God's hands. He will take care of us.
Supporters say the approach can be effective, lower cost, and avoids unused embryos. Lawmakers are now considering legislation to expand access nationwide. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, get our final hour underway here on a Monday. Yeah, rolling into the New Year's week. Yeah, what kind of celebration are you planning? Yeah, the older I get, the more we just stay close to home. Don't like running the risk of getting out with all the amateurs. Maybe not making it home safely, right? Hey, we will have some college football playoff action, though. They're on New Year's Eve. Got the Ohio State Buckeyes facing off against Miami. Yeah, that game will start at, I believe it's 7:30 Eastern, if memory serves. So running up real close to ringing in the new year. All right, get back to Buckwheat. Welcome back.
Yeah, I was telling about my greatest Christmas gift that I got this weekend, or this week, because Christmas time was when my son came over and they brought over their my brand new grandson. And so, yeah, they went into the birthing center, and 5 hours later they were leaving, and they even stopped at Olive Garden on the way home. It was like, man, these farm girls, I mean, that's what she was raised on a farm. They live on a farm, and they just don't stop working, you know. But,
wow.
Yeah, so I got to hold my new grandson. He was under my 10-pound weight limit. He weighed 6'12" or something. So that's well under, you know. But yeah, I was glad to get my Christmas gift, and Ashton Mario Kart there during our stays in the hospital. Prima Wheat was able to stay down there with me in the room. That was sort of nice. He didn't have to wait on the nurses, but he went from house to house to different people's houses, and he had Christmas like 4 or 5 different times. And so yeah, he was pretty happy, you know, about all the stuff, the festivities that, you know, he was involved with. But yeah, so what else? Yeah, Cream of Wheat there. She drove us home, and they released the doctors at 10:30 Friday. Said, "Hey, you're good to go. You're hitting all your targets, and we're going to release you." And it was till about 4 o'clock. So they finally sent the paperwork down. We finally got on the road, and right then it was starting to rain, and that is 28 degrees and
ice.
So she drove home in the ice storm, and she was not so happy about it, and I'm not so happy with hitting every single bump. But and I wasn't relaxed. You know, she didn't want me to relax too much because she wanted me to watch what was going on. But yeah, we made it home and took the turnpike. Turnpike was in pretty good shape, but once we got off the turnpike, we got 4 miles to get to our house, and those were a little bit dicey there, but we made it. And, so anyhow, but yeah, that's sort of the jinx of our Christmas there. But I was just thinking, I don't know how they can do it legally, but you know, Trump has said that all these drivers must speak English and understand English, and I totally for that. But what about these companies that hire these drivers? Like when they pull a driver over that can't speak English, what repercussions do they have in the act of hiring somebody who don't fit the qualifications and allowing them to operate? And also these shippers and receivers that load people, that they can't speak English. I mean, I see them all the time. You come to the window and they can't ask what they're asked for because they can't speak English, and they just hold the phone up. And it would almost seem like if they could penalize the companies and the shippers and receivers for putting loads on people that aren't qualified, that would go a long way in stopping it. I mean, but there's probably some sort of lawyer would get their hands on it and it would be a battle in court. But, that's how to enforce the law. I mean, do it that way. But anyhow, so yeah, I'll be listening in. I'm not sure how often I'll call in, but I the last couple of nights go to bed at 9:00 and then you're waking up at 1:00 in the morning and you can't go back to sleep. I wonder why that is. Guess it's because I've been doing it for 45 years.
Been up nights. Yep.
Yep. 35. No, not 45. Let's see. 35 years. So, but anyhow, all right. We'll speak at you later.
Well, thank you for the update there, Buckwheat. Continued rapid recovery. Get well soon, as they say. Hey, as the new year rolls in, several new tax breaks that have been signed into law this year by President Trump that could help spark an economic boom. And that could also translate into a Republican victory in the midterms. These new rules enacted through the big, beautiful bill, which, of course, the commander-in-chief lobbied heavily for, and will be available to people filing their taxes from 2026 until 2028. First, of course, the proposal of no tax on tips and overtime is sure to provide economic relief. The maximum deduction for tips is now $25,000, and the maximum deduction for overtime will be $12,500. This will be very popular with middle-class earners, nurses, trade workers, service industry employees, and others whose votes are crucial to Republican success. They'll have more money in their pockets. And another important voting bloc is seniors over 65, especially those who are in need of financial assistance. They're also set to benefit from the new deductions. Effective from now through 2028, individuals who are age 65 and older may claim an additional deduction of $6,000, according to the IRS website. Now, this new deduction is in addition to the current additional standard deduction for seniors under existing law. One policy that will impact voters across the entire spectrum has having no tax on car loan interest. You can deduct interest paid on a loan used to purchase a qualified vehicle, provided the vehicle is purchased for personal use and meets other eligibility criteria. The maximum annual deduction is $10,000 and will begin phasing out for taxpayers with modified adjusted gross income over $100,000. It would be $200,000 for joint filers. In order to qualify for the deduction, the interest must be paid on a loan that originated after December 31st of 2024. Again, the car must be for personal use only. It cannot be a used car, and the location of the automobile's final assembly must be in America. So if you combine these reforms with the president's focus on energy, lower gas prices, inflation reduction, falling interest rates, and potential tariff revenue. That looks like a good recipe for economic success. That could help Republicans defy midterm history and actually retain both chambers of Congress. Yeah, more often than not, midterms are not typically bode well for the party that's currently in charge for a number of reasons. But, well, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So it's good to hear Buckwheat there that he's hopefully on the mend and on his way to the road to recovery. But he might be in the problem that Captain Ron's in there. I mean, it sounds to me like the cream of wheat might be taking his job, but she did that well driving in the freezing rain. I mean, his company might just want to set him off to the side and just take the cream of wheat on there and put her out there going to New York City every day there with them cackleberries, you know? I'm just saying. Your Honor. We actually don't qualify for the auto deal there, for the taxes there, because even though our Subaru was purchased it's a year ago on the 31st, so, you know, we got the right date there, and we got some interest on it, but our final assembly is out there in the CB land there, land of Japan. So I'm not sure if your Subaru will qualify. Subaru does have some final assembly plants there I know of in the U.S. And but
I've got the lease thing though. I don't know that
you still pay interest on a lease, but the thing about it is there's, you know, your final assembly, there's actually a website that you can go to put the VIN number in.
Yeah.
And when you go and put the VIN number in, then it'll tell you if your vehicle is a qualifying vehicle or not. But yeah, I don't know if it has to be a loan or a lease, because you're still paying interest on that lease, Your Honor. So there's a possibility that you know, people with leases should check into that.
Okay.
So let's see here. What I have going for you here. State of Maryland, you know, you're talking all the tax stuff starting here. We got all the state things coming along here. Speaking of the Subaru there, being the fact that it's coming up in a year old, and we transferred tags from the previous one and everything, but the registration was due on it. Get another current registration. Well, of course, our state's been pretty much bankrupt and past bankrupt. We're, you know, financially begging anybody for money that will give us money at this point, which means the taxpayers. So vehicle registrations have all gone up, and there's a lot of fees that have gone up. There's going to be new fees on tires for purchased in Maryland. They're charging extra money for purchase. They're charging extra money for disposal. All that stuff's going up. But the interesting thing the wife found with the auto registration is that for the $125 annual registration, if you can't afford to pay that all in one time, you can get that on the installment plan from the Motor Vehicle Department, Your Honor. Did you know you can go on the installment plan with the Motor Vehicle Department if you can't pay your full registration?
I've not heard.
For Maryland, you can.
I've never heard such a thing.
At least for Maryland, you can now. And anyways, so yeah, so you're going to have to. I guess your homework here is you're going to have to dig up some of these laws all around the land there that may affect truck drivers or different things going on that are going to all come into effect there January 1. See what kind of interesting things there, especially in the Democrat states. What kind of things they've kind of weaseled into there that the general public don't really know about, you know, and all these things all of a sudden just pop up and say, hey, guess what? January 1, this is what you got to do now.
Yep.
But anyway, speaking of things popping up, have you mentioned anything that happened Christmas Eve at all yet today? There was one little thing that happened Christmas Eve that did you happen to mention that? The Powerball? Did you mention that Big Sexy hasn't been heard from?
I did not.
And there was There was one winner in Arkansas, Your Honor,
Yes.
and where does Big Sexy live?
He's an Arkansas guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and according to the lotto rules there from the Lottery Commission, people in Arkansas can remain anonymous. Well, I will say the anonymous hippopotamus did not make any trips to Arkansas, but I'm just saying we ain't heard from Big Sexy. So just leave it at that, Your Honor. And I guess we'll be back because even though tomorrow's Terrific Tuesday, we got Mike, because where are you going to be after Wednesday? Oh, that's right. Yeah. All right. Rub it in, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right. Just rub it in. All right. Okay. Do your due diligence now.
All right. Thank you much, hippopotamus.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, promised we'd get to Scrapyard here. Checking in on a Monday morning, Scrapyard.
What's happened, Captain? It seems like I've got that creeping crud myself. Going to get to the house and find the hottest yellow onion, a good crying onion I can, and make me some onion and garlic soup and see if I can burn this out of me. Yeah, it's been quite an interesting day just trying to get to work. I got down there on Interstate 30. This was before 6 p.m. local time. And a big storm line came across, and it spooled up a short tornado, and it came across the interstate and spun me in my little Nissan Versa car and a Reaper box truck
with a 24-foot box on it and a big power utility company bucket truck turned us all sideways right in the middle of the interstate. We were creeping along at about 12 miles per hour, but our flashers on it was raining so hard. Next thing you know, there's tree limbs, it's raining sideways, and our vehicles just got spun around right in the middle of the road.
Wow.
And talk about testing the limits of your blood pressure medication. And, Buckwheat, praying for you and all that for a speedy recovery and all that. Do everything that they tell you, and we'll be praying for you. That voting situation over in Georgia, that was in Fulton County, where that woman pulled a couple of briefcases out from under a tablecloth, had 31,500 ballots, and made the news and all that. She got sued, then turned around and sued and won. I think she sued Donald Trump for defamation and all that, and then come to find out some rulings now after what that county over there, the auditors found and all that. Well, it's basically reopened the case.
Mm-hmm.
So it basically reopened that case against her and all that, and end up reversing. It's the same ruling that caused Rudy Giuliani to be disbarred, and he had to pay out like $141 million. I think it was. It was in the news like 2 weeks ago, I think it was. But looks like they're going to have to reinstate him in all the states that his law license was revoked, and pay him that money back. So we shall see and all that. But other than that, I think I caught this creeping crud. I went out on the Christmas deer hunt yesterday because I had to work today, so I couldn't go. It was a 3-day hunt, 26th, 27th, 28th. The fog was so bad that visibility, even standing still, was right at 5 yards. I finally made my way, walked down there to my stand and got in it, and that fog was so bad I had to get 15 bushel of it out of my dadgum box stand. Yeah, that I posted it on Facebook. It got a laugh from Heatwave, Senior Heatwave on that. I guess more than likely where I came down with it, but yeah, that's if y'all you get bad chest cold and whatnot, or the flu set in on you, if you take some either beef broth or chicken broths, and if you're going to do beef, it's best to use consomme, which is thicker and stronger, and a good stout crying onion and about a teaspoon of minced garlic, and then heat your broth up, and then that chopped up onion and that garlic, you get that broth boiling, and then put the onions and garlic in it, and then turn it down to simmer, and put a lid on it, and leave it for at least 15 minutes so it doesn't kill it'll soften up the onions and whatnot, but it doesn't kill the natural enzyme, and the hotter the onion, the better. But mind you, after you consume it, in about 20 minutes, you're going to have to find something solid to get a hold of. And hold on, because it's going to liquefy all that's in your head and your chest, and it's going to come out.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to cough up a horse blanket, but it's doing what it's supposed to do and all that. You're going to feel like a rag doll after it's over with, but it'll help. It'll help get rid of it in record time. Excuse me. Man,
well,
I sound like right-wing nut.
Right,
I sound almost like right-wing nut.
Yeah, you and me, both. Yeah, we got to get our news break here. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met today at Mar-a-Lago, saying a potential peace deal is close. 90% of a 20-point framework has been agreed to, and both sides stressed progress on U.S., European, and Ukrainian security guarantees, although some disputes remain over territory in eastern Ukraine.
20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed.
Trump said final talks will happen in the coming weeks, while Zelensky called for continued pressure on Russia after a recent massive missile attack on Kiev. 2 people are in the hospital after being shot while allegedly trying to run over ICE agents with a van in Maryland.
It happened Wednesday in Glen Burnie, south of Baltimore. Police say the officers opened fire on the van during an operation. 1 person inside was shot in stable condition, while another suffered minor injuries. An ICE spokesperson confirmed the men are illegals, one from Portugal, the other from El Salvador. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A Southern California man was sentenced to 100 years in prison for molesting 2 young children.
Last month, 40-year-old Fillmore resident Jose Zavala was convicted of 3 counts of lewd acts upon a child and 1 count of continuous sexual abuse involving 2 children. The crimes happened between 2019 and 2022. KTLA says Zavala had access to the kids through family. The Ventura County District Attorney who prosecuted the case says the 2 young victims showed courage by testifying in open court, and the sentence was justified due to the horrifying nature of the abuse the children suffered. I'm Sharon Reardon.
In the UK, a battle over national identity is heating up as councils raise Palestinian flags, sparking backlash from citizens and commentators calling for a return to traditional British symbols. Critics warn that ignoring the Union Jack undermines cohesion, while supporters argue the flags reflect diversity. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Representative Ilhan Omar's husband, Tim Minette, has quietly removed key officer names from his venture firm's website as scrutiny mounts over Minnesota's massive welfare fraud. Omar, whose net worth reportedly jumped from near zero to up to $30 million, now faces questions over her ties to the $9 billion Somali community scam, with authorities investigating potential money laundering and campaign connections. 1 pilot is dead, another critically injured in South Jersey as their helicopters collided in mid-air.
It happened just before 11:30 Sunday morning, 2 miles from the Hamilton Municipal Airport. That's about 35 miles southeast of Philadelphia. Social media footage going viral shows a chopper spinning down into a wooded area near Basin Road and the White Horse Pike, with one erupting into flames. The FAA says there were no passengers on board. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
French icon Brigitte Bardot has passed away.
Star of French cinema in the 1950s and 60s, Bardot became an international sex symbol after the release of the landmark French film And God Created Woman in 1956. Bardot ended her film career in 1973 to focus on animal rights activism, creating the Brigitte Bardot Foundation in 1986, which fought against wolf hunting, bullfighting, and other animal abuses. Her foundation confirms Bardot died Sunday morning at the age of 91. I'm Scott Carr.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Some of the more traditionalists of truck and tractor pulling love seeing smoke on tractors that look like they came right out of the field. That's why the high-torque Super Farm tractors are one of the biggest fields in truck and tractor pulling. This is the NTPA Overnight Report. From the NTPA offices in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter. The high-torque Super Farm tractors had 42 tractors hooking during the Grand National events in 2025, and the top 3 were kind of in a league of their own, with Gary Shavik in his 1972 International 1466 he calls New Attitude earning the title by only 5 points. Unlike the other Grand National classes, the High Torque Super Farm tractors didn't have one rainout during the summer. All 9 hooks took place as planned, which couldn't be said for all the other classes. Although the Super Farms were at Toma, it wasn't a points hook, so their season officially started at Brandenburg, Kentucky in late July. Gary took a 3rd on the first night and 7th on the second. Leaving Kentucky, Gary had New Attitude in 3rd in the points battle as they headed to the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. With a 6th on night 1 and a win on night 2, Gary kept himself in the top 3 of the Grand National points headed to Poletown in mid-August. Bowling Green was very good for Gary, winning both hooks by going over 320 feet both days. Gary made his way into second place in the points with only 3 hooks to go. After 3 consecutive wins, New Attitude was on the right trajectory, but a trip to Sandwich, Illinois was a little bit of a setback, earning 4th and 6th. But those were good enough to move Gary into 1st in the points going into the Enderley pull-off. 4th at the final hook of the season after going 336 was all it took to get the title. As mentioned, the competition was tight for the top 3. New Attitude held off Don Schulte in his 73 International 1066 he calls Binder Express by 5, and Brooke Harley Ferris on the 95 Case 2294 called Assorted Nuts by 9. Rounding out the top 10, in 4th, Ryan Anderson piloted his 72 International he calls Green Galvanized Stars Checking Out. Holding the 5th spot was the 72 International 1066 of Lee Butts he calls Press On. In 6th, the Crop Doctor, the 74 International 1066 of John Silsby. In 7th went to the combo of Wayne Lamore and Joe Bush and the 94 John Deere 8110 they call Fear the Deer. In 8th, Brooke Michael Ferris with the 98 Case IH 7220 called Absolutely Nuts. In 9th was Stan Warda and the 84 International 3688 called Hammer and Hank. And rounding out the top 10 was the combo of Greg and Russ Freeze on the 76 John Deere 4430 they call Deer Tracks. You can relive the 2025 season every Wednesday with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern or on ntpapoll.com, where you can find the results of each hook and the point standings from 2025, and you can prep for the 2026 season. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Yeah, a lot of folks going to be stepping out the door this morning saying, what happened? Where did my 70 degrees go? Yeah, dropping like a brick. All right, temperatures, they tell us, will briefly rebound a couple degrees ahead of a weak clipper storm on Tuesday around the upper Midwest and parts of the Northeast on Wednesday as that first clipper, it travels southeast out of central Canada on Tuesday, impacting the interior Northeast on Wednesday. The snowfall will tend to dwindle, maybe up to an inch or 2 for parts of the upper Midwest. There will be a second clipper storm hot on its heels about 24 hours later with a similar track. That second clipper will be a little bit stronger, a little bit larger. We'll see a bit more extensive snowfall, ranging generally from a coating to a couple of inches with some locally higher amounts. Yeah, we're talking about that clipper traveling from near the North Dakota-Canada border on Wednesday to northern New England on New Year's Day. So there are a few cities that may see enough snow for slippery travel conditions. Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, from Pittsburgh to Scranton, PA, and Albany, New York. All right, factoring in where the heaviest bands of lake effect snow overlap with snow from the big storm into tonight, Monday night, and the subsequent clipper storms. Yeah, there are some areas within a few dozen miles of the Great Lakes that could pick up 48 to 60 inches of snow this week. Really? Yeah, 4 or 5.5 feet? Are you kidding me? All right, see what Doug has going on this morning.
Good morning, Steve. I probably appeared on your screen and dropped off maybe a half dozen times. Been in and out of cell all night. But just wanted to say thanks for being there tonight. Thanks for being on the air. Just had a question about some weather stuff.
Okay.
I don't know if you covered this already earlier in the show. I've been in and out. But Interstate 35 north of Des Moines, Iowa is shut down. I'm assuming for weather reasons, but do you have any information on that?
I had seen some of the posts from like earlier this past evening, but it was, I mean, there was like a massive pile up. I didn't realize it was still shut down.
I checked maybe an hour and a half ago, and it was still closed. It's closed. It looks like it's closed from north of the Ames all the way up to Clear Lake, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did a quick search. I mean, some of these reports go back, 12 to 20 hours ago. So, it said, 35 was closed in southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, crashes and snow. Now, let's see, from KALTV. Now, this was about 3 hours ago, said I-35 closed, blizzard conditions. So I guess the blowing and drifting still has things shut down, yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
And they had
Hope you have a good New Year.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, they had a boatload of crashes, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, there were a handful of closures this past day, but yeah, that's they've still got the blizzard warnings as we speak this early Monday morning. So yeah, let's see if I can pull up some of the via Weather Street. Severe weather watches, warnings. What do you say? Blizzard warnings. Take a closer look. Kind of winds. All right, areas of heavy snow, widespread northwest winds persist. Blizzard conditions, blowing snow, 40, 50 mile an hour winds, primarily affecting the open, unsheltered locations, northeast Iowa, southeast Minnesota. Looks like the blizzard warning remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Time this morning. So that would explain it. 50 mile an hour winds and the snow that had been coming down this past day. There were hourly snowfall rates at one point were coming down in excess of an inch per hour. All right. 844-844-3388. We forgot to even mention, I did get your message, something about you lost your man card. That was Friday night. We were watching that game. We were at Roosters, and they had the Lobos on, and the Lobos were winning at one point, weren't they?
I don't know. It might have been 6-0, and then 6-7 at the half, and then when Minnesota kicked off, after they scored another touchdown, I guess, then the Lobos came back with a vengeance. The guy ran it for 100 yards straight back for a touchdown. I mean, that character, he did not have any brakes. It was all gas. And then they got the 2-point conversion, so they tied.
Yeah, they actually went into overtime, right?
I think 2 overtimes, to tell you the truth. Because the Lobos scored on a field goal, and I guess Minnesota scored 2 field goals. But from all accounts, it was a pretty good game. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it. I was busy doing something else. I thought, working. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I just went through Des Moines here about 45 minutes ago, and I could see that the state had their salt trucks and tankers going out, and I guess they were going up another way to get to 35 to help try to get that snow and whatnot off of there. But yeah, I'm here on 80 east of there, and it had a wind warning until 6 a.m. So, and it's a little breezy out here, to say the least. It's 12 degrees, and whatever snow was on the ground, it's getting blown up pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, I was just passed by a gentleman driving a Q's, Kews. I guess it's a local company out here hauling Dean's milk. And he must have been a proctologist, because he got right on my hind end and wouldn't get away. Then finally the hills took over, where I'm having a hard time getting up the hills, and he finally got away from me. But, you know, it's drivers like that, probably homegrown, that we've got to worry about. We don't need these other damn foreigners that can't speak the English language and get their driver's licenses illegally, because they're more than likely illegal as well. You know, that's what we don't need to have. Yep, so the man card, you know, that's in question. Do I still have it, or do I don't?
That will be the question for the prognosticator and the analyst.
Okay, well, so anyways, you know, Pelosi's retiring, saying, "Oh, I'm sure we're going to get the results for the Democrats. We're going to take over." And then her biggest thing is, you know, Obamacare.
Yeah, right. Her legacy.
It's a fraud. It's a scam. It's a sham. You know, you can't find out what's in it unless you vote for it. What the hell? If that's what politics is, then there needs to be term limits, because this is absolute BS. You know, and Trump's right. We don't need to be, you know, giving money to the program, subsidies. That's supposed to have been taking care of itself. The mess is not Trump's. You know, Obama started it. Trump was on the way to getting rid of it, the subsidies. He got cheated out. You know, and Biden was installed as like a toilet seat, you know, and it wasn't very good. It was very leaky. You know, Trump's going to do what he's going to do to get rid of some of this stuff. And I agree. Why should we give the money straight to the insurance companies, you know, and then to have them charge us a boatload more money? You know, the cost of items have gone up. Well, you know, it's not my fault. I think they need to talk to the producers, the pharmaceutical people, and say, hey, you know what? Let's stop charging the living hell out of our people. I mean, if you can go to Canada or Mexico and get the product for a hell of a lot cheaper, no wonder there's such a big rush going to the borders. So, yeah, we need to get rid of them. You know, there should be no reason why anybody can be in office for 50 years, 40 years, or hell, even 20. I think it takes the Constitution of the States or Convention of the States. What is it? 38 of them have to get an agreement to hold one, and then say yay or nay. So let's get that done and over with. Oh, shoot. Well, I guess we pretty much called everything there. See, it was the man card, so and so, such and such. I can't even remember what else I had on the list there. But I'll be out again tomorrow morning. So, yep, I'll be sure to call in. Like I said, I think Wright and Charlie are going to be getting on there. They might be doing jingles, or not jingles, but caroling, and they're going to have some dire consequences when they do. Holy crap. My vision just went to almost nothing out here. This is something else. I better let you go. You have a good night, senor.
All right. So obviously, with the wind and, like you said, the snow that's on the ground, it's the blowing snow, whiteout conditions at times. It is 844-844-3388. Everybody talking about, getting the bug. Yeah, the flu running rampant. Yeah, right now. And according to authorities, this year's flu vaccine didn't really match up with the dominant flu that's actually leading around the country right now. So something akin to like a 30%, it ain't going to help a whole heck of a lot if you got the flu shot. A very interesting study from the prestigious Cleveland Clinic, where they say, of course, for decades we've been lectured, pressured, coerced to get that annual flu shot under the promise that the science is settled and that vaccination is an unquestionable public good. A growing body of research is blowing that narrative apart, and this latest report is nothing short of explosive. As I said, the very prestigious Cleveland Clinic found that last year, the 2024-2025 flu shot not only failed to protect people, but also actually increased their risk of contracting the flu. Published as a preprint in the MedRx IV, led by Dr. Nabin Shrestha and colleagues from the Departments of Infectious Diseases, Infectious Prevention, and Quantitative Health Services, tracking some 53,000 plus Cleveland Clinic employees across Ohio during last year's viral season that started October 1 of 2024. By the end of the 25-week observation period, 82.1% of the cohort, that's 43,857 individuals, had been vaccinated primarily with the trivalent inactivated vaccine. Total of 1,079 employees tested positive for flu, most of them influenza A cases. Using a time-dependent analysis, the researchers calculated the vaccine effectiveness of minus 26.9. That means vaccinated individuals had a 27% higher hazard ratio for contracting the flu compared to unvaccinated ones. After adjusting for factors like age, sex, job type, work location, the study addressed potential biases by examining testing rates. Vaccinated employees were more likely to get tested, but the proportion of positive tests was similar between the groups, suggesting the higher infection rate was not due to testing differences, but actual increased susceptibility. They shared a plot showing that early in the season, infection rates were similar, but they rose more rapidly among those who were vaccinated over time. The study population was relatively young, the mean age 42 years old, healthy, with 75% female, and about 20% of which were in clinical nursing roles. The authors concluded, among 53,402 working-aged Cleveland Clinic employees, we were unable to find a protective influence of influenza vaccination during the 24-25 respiratory viral season, and found a significantly higher risk of influenza with vaccination when influenza activity was high. That goes right in the face of all common thinking.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
The president had his meeting with Zelensky this past day. We've seen this before. How many times? I'm losing track of count. But after this past day's meeting, the two coming out, addressing the media afterwards, saying that, it looks like we're a lot closer to a peace deal. They met for talks following what the president said was an excellent 2.5-hour conversation with the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. He insisted he believes Putin still wants peace. Even as Russia launched another round of attacks while Zelensky was actually flying to the U.S. A major attack on Kyiv. President Trump said Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. All right. Trump and Zelensky both acknowledged there are several thorny issues still to be addressed, including whether Russia can keep Ukrainian territory they control right now. What about security guarantees for Ukraine to ensure they're not invaded again in the future? So it's just realistically more of the same old, but maybe. Positive thinking, they said, we're closer to a deal. So, all right, hope they can work that out sooner rather than later, right? We're like, 4 years into this war now? Yeah, we'll close things out there here on a Monday. Safe travels, bundle up. Yeah, get ready for the shock when you step outdoors. What a difference a day can make, as they say.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,